Hey, it's your boy, so I was about to tell him, they got this game, right? I don't know, this shit called Braid. I don't know the fuck. Hey, watch this shit. It's about this little guy in a suit, and he look like Mario in the future. And he just walk around jumping and shit, but what's the funny part about it, you can do this right here, watch this. You? What do you do? How you do that? How you do that? If you didn't catch that.
On release day, you start seeing the reactions of people on the internet. And for me, it was a very addictive thing because here I've spent several years, working on this thing in isolation for the most part. And then suddenly it gets out and a lot of people, like tens of thousands of people play it in the first few days. And you see that all over the internet. And for me, that was actually a very negative experience.
When Braid was coming out, when people would talk about it online, and this was sort of the birth of the really serious birth of blog commentary, of lots of people on blogs writing actually pretty good stuff about what they were playing, what they thought of it. Every time you mentioned his name, he would show up in your comments almost instantly. His Google Alerts, I don't even think he uses Google Alerts. I think he has something that's better than Google Alerts. So he'd pop up and comment and reply to things or correct people on things and became kind of famous for it. Penny Arcade has kind of cracked about it before.
I found that there was this perception of me on the internet that was running away very quickly from who I think I am, and that was kind of disturbing. And there didn't seem to be much that I could do about that. So that was actually a pretty negative experience. And I was actually seriously depressed for probably 3 or 4 months after Braid came out. When you work a long time on something really intricate like that, there's a hope that people are going to understand, the things that you did, and that you'll have some line of communication with your audience and things like that. And some of the most demoralizing things were actually positive reviews of the game. The game would come out and people would say, oh, this game's great, 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10, and they'd say what's good about the game. And in many cases, it would be just a very surface understanding of the game that didn't even see what I thought was most special about it. Not that many people understood. And that was a little bit heartbreaking in a way. It's like, oh, I visualized that I was gonna have some kind of connection with people through this game. And they think it's great, but the connection isn't there because they're kind of living in a different world still. So they think it's great for some of the reasons that I do, but not for other.
And they ain't got no point to the game. You just walk around jumping on shit.
They're not seeing the most important thing.
This shit's stupid as hell, man. Hey, it's your boy, so I was about to tell him, they got this game, right? I don't know, this shit called Braid. I don't know the fuck. Hey, watch this shit. It's about this little guy in a suit, and he look like Mario in the future. And he just walk around jumping and shit, but what's the funny part about it, you can do this right here, watch this. You? What do you do? How you do that? How you do that? If you didn't catch that.
On release day, you start seeing the reactions of people on the internet. And for me, it was a very addictive thing because here I've spent several years, working on this thing in isolation for the most part. And then suddenly it gets out and a lot of people, like tens of thousands of people, play it in the first few days. And you see that all over the internet. And for me, that was actually a very negative experience.
When Braid was coming out, when people would talk about it online, and this was sort of the birth of the really serious birth of blog commentary, of lots of people on blogs writing actually pretty good stuff about what they were playing, what they thought of it. Every time you mentioned his name, he would show up in your comments almost instantly. His Google Alerts, I don't even think he uses Google Alerts. I think he has something that's better than Google Alerts. So he'd pop up and comment and reply to things
that
or
can be done
correct
quite
people
fast.
on things, and became kind of famous for it. Penny Arcade has kind of cracked about it before.
I found that there was this perception
rage
of me on the internet that was running away very quickly from who I think I am, and that was kind of
If it can
disturbing.
be done quite fast,
And
why
there
are
didn't
all
seem to
the
be much
languages
that I
that
could
use
do
these
about
things
that.
dog shit slow?
So that was actually a pretty negative experience. And I was actually seriously depressed for probably 3 or 4 months after Braid came out. You know, when you work a long time on something really intricate like that, there's a hope that people are going to understand, you know, the things that you did, and that you'll have some line of communication with your audience.
Hi, bestie.
And well, some of the most demoralizing things were actually positive reviews of the game. The game would come out and people would say, oh, this game's great, you know, 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10, and they'd say what's good about the game.
Nano,
and in many
Braid's son
cases,
or the
it would be
witness
just a
daughter.
very surface understanding of the game that didn't even see what I thought was most special about it. Not that many people understood. And that was a little bit heartbreaking in a way. It's like, oh, I visualized that I was going to have some kind of connection with people through this game. And they think it's great, but the connection isn't there because they're kind of living in a different world still. So they think it's great for some of the reasons that I do, but not for other.
Nano, are we about to get an epic Jonathan
No
blowjob?
point to the game. You just walk around jumping on shit.
They're not seeing the most important thing.
It's gonna be a wild ride with this epic puzzle, so brace yourself for some mind-bending fun. 三爷吐舌爆炸 let's do this up.
Oh man. Hey, it's your boy Soul's boy Tell him. Hey, they got
Nano,
this
can you
game,
say
right,
happy
for
9th
people who
birthday
smoke,
to my
or people
Chihuahua
who
Yorkie
drink,
dog
like, if you
Lucy, or
drink
her
beer and
favorite
you
pet
get drunk, or
celebrity?
if you smoke
It would
weed,
mean a
you
lot.
get high, and you just anything like if you just be getting fucked up. They got this game, right? Oh no, this shit called Braid. Oh no, hey, watch this shit. It's about this little guy in a suit and he walk around and he ain't got no point to the game. You just walk around jumping on shit. It look like Mario in the future. And it's Mario in a business suit with his hair dyed orange and a tie on.
Nano
And he
has
just walk
life
around
been
jumping
as
shit.
the
But what's
absolute
funny part
governor?
about it, you can do this
Have
right
you been
like this.
staying out until your pro do?
What do you do? How you do that? How you do that? If you didn't catch that, I just went back in time. The whole game, he just be going back in time. Watch this shit. Like, you about to die. You be like, oh, shit, I'm gonna die.
Riding the waves of chaos. 各花闪亮的星星挖不到地内，牛仔帽里。
How this shit? How this? So say like, you go up there, right, and he falls in the fire. I sucked your ass out, bitch. Watch this shit.
It's so cool to see you on a Saturday, Nano. Anything special planned? Any bits you want to run?
Hey, Archibald, 一手大笑 It's awesome to be here on a Saturday. I might drop some wild stories or anecdotes during the stream. 笑得满地打滚仔细。Let's dip into the videos and fun. Let's go deep. We see where the stream takes us. Here's
What makes it so funny about it, he don't never run out of the going back in time potion. He just go back in time forever. Ain't no going forever. And it ain't no point to the game. You just go around like shit. Oh, I fell off the ladder. No, I didn't. This shit stupid as hell, man. It's like, hey, I just thought I should show y'all that on YouTube and on Masters and shit, man.
Test.
Hi, man. I'm hollering at y'all, man.
Hi, everybody. Hi, gamers. So that should be a quick introduction to the game for you guys. Hi, everyone. It does feel weird watching the whole video. Hi. Am I feeling less sick? Yeah. I'm like mostly better. I'm like I feel like almost 100% better. Besides, like, my voice is still a little like iffy. It's like mostly good. Yeah, I probably sound a lot better. I was watching clips of myself from like last Tuesday, or was it Tuesday? When I played what's it called? The Classrooms game. I sounded so funny. But thank you. How is everybody? How are all of you doing? I know this is a rare. I like never stream on Saturdays. I'm looking at what people said. Yeah, the clip earlier was Indie Game the movie. It was one of the scenes from it of John Blow talking about people not interpreting his game correctly. We are playing Mario from the future. That's how Soulja Boy described it, and I agree with him. But this version is a new version. This came out like last week, and it's like they've added a ton of commentary to it, like 16 hours of commentary. I've heard that it's good. What's funny is like if you look at like John Blow, the guy behind this game, he streams a lot. And his streams are kind of funny because he's very like, it's hard to describe. He's like a really old and grumpy guy, and he often has like just the weirdest opinions and the weirdest like intense like programming takes. And he'll like rage in really funny ways. He's like
And you ain't got no points in the game. You just walk around doing shit.
Now all of you know where this video's from. Also, Architect, thank you for subscribing.
Saturday Night Jammin'.
Saturday night, thank you so much. Also, shout out Architect. Oh god, wait, I spelled that wrong. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. I said Architect. He's working on. Yeah, now, lately, like he's just been working on a new game, I guess, which is supposed to be a Sokoban to end all Sokobans. We'll see. One thing I did is I should have made this a button. I loaded up like 60 random John Blow clips. And I can play like a random one anytime I want. Just for this stream. Here's one.
Bad time to pick. I was like, I'm gonna pick up the DMR just in case. The guy didn't sound that close. He sounded really far.
Why just for this stream? Should I just like have all of my every video just a John Blow video from forever? You second the boo-boo meter? Well, I didn't have time to set this up. I kind of wanted to set up a boo-boo meter, but that it would just play one of those clips. I didn't have time to do it, unfortunately. What I could, how would I do this? The blow meter. I'm trying to think of like, I could, how would I do this? Yeah, what happens when you fill up the blow meter? So, Nano, do you know anything about the anniversary edition of this game? Sorry, Nano. I'm still like coughing a little bit.
No worries, James. 抱抱耶 The anniversary edition of Braid has updated graphics 带框的话 reimagined soundtracks 多个音符 and some developer commentary to dive deep into the game's
Reimagined
creation process.
soundtracks, really?
It's like the classic Braid but even more polished and interesting. 花枝闪亮 How's that fruit holding up anyway? Need a virtual hug. 抱抱喜笑颜开
Now I was like, how's that throat doing? It's okay. Bit donation rewards, get a blow clip. How would I do that? So, okay, one way I could do it is I could the reason that like I don't have like a way of just like having a oh that's the game. I needed to set up a way to like just play a random video. Oh my god, I like know a really easy way of doing that now that I think about it, how I could have did that within my toy. The problem is like, I don't know, if you watch Shindig's do all of his interactive stuff, Shindig's is smart and he does everything in OBS, which means that like it's he doesn't have to compile a Unity application to do something like I do. I mean, if Shindig's was here, he wouldn't be able to help me with this, I don't think. Well, how would Shindig's do this if he was in my shoes? I could have, I mean, maybe I could set it up so that it just plays a random clip on the stream, on like the screen. But it's not, but then it wouldn't be my little cute little tiny sweet little cute TV playing the video. It would be just a flat image, flat video on the screen. Catholic voice, what would Shindigs do? Well, okay, so one way I could do it is I could make a bit donation and I could just make, I can set it so that the gachapon only gives you videos, and then make it so that if you donate 100 bits, then you'll get a gachapon token. Pay to blow. Hold on, let me test it out. I kind of want to test it out, because this I could actually just test out in a second. So I don't know if I could do it with the chibi gacha. That was actually something that kind of sucks. Is that how would I do this? Oh, what the fuck? Okay, I have an idea of how I could do this. How are you guys doing, by the way? Sorry for use limit. Wait, Chibonus, Chibi gachas. Oh, wait. Okay. This might break stuff. We'll see. Might not. It might work. Okay. Oh shit, this might work. Oh wait, no, this isn't gonna work. Oh, you know what I could? Oh wait, you know what I could do? Okay, I could It's funny. Everything, like, I could tell you what I'm doing, but it's probably not going to make much sense. That's so weird that I don't have... Oh, wait, what does this do? Oh, hi, Owie. Shout out to Catboy Owie, who was watching clean N64 cartridges earlier. This is a very calming stream. I'm doing good. Some of the... You had some pretty gross cartridges. It sounded like you bought them from somewhere. But you had cool games. You had Cruisin' Erotica, which I haven't played a Cruisin' USA game. I don't know if they're Cruisin' USA, just Cruisin' games. Those are really fun driving racing games. Okay, let's see what this does. This might have broken stuff. Maybe. Hold on. I'm gonna have to... Everyone's gonna get free extra gachapon. Which is good because tomorrow I'm having my... Hi, Nano. I'm having my gachapon giveaway. Did that fix it? No, it didn't. Okay, that sucks. Well, it's not the end of the world. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I wonder what happens if I do... Okay, somebody get a get a gachapon. Oh no, not with not with bits. Oh. No. Okay, never mind. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this with... I'm gonna have to do this another way. Let's see if I make this... Okay, somebody, whoa! Foot Job Bob, thank you so much for following. Thank you, thank you.
Like this.
Hey lovely, like this 眨眼 I gotcha 五指向上自信
Oh.
Let's keep your vibes fun and
The 100 bits you put in earlier got like queued up for hella long. That was from earlier. It took long. The reason it took long was because it was waiting behind all of the chibi gachapon. I can't give myself 100 bits. That was like 10 or so. I like how much I'm setting up so that you guys can pay 100 bits to play a video, when really I should just be giving you this video for free. This isn't worth $1 to play a random John Blow. This a random clip of John Blow getting mad on his computer. So Nano, in theory, shouldn't say anything now. Maybe not. Oh, Tangulation? Thank you for the follow. Thank you. So, anyway, I think like I could just randomly play clips of people ask, ooh, John Blue paywall. Oh, what? It didn't work. Why didn't it work? Is it because I... Oh, that's why. Hee. Hold on, I'm gonna give you another one. This is so stupid. This is so much work for like something really stupid. It should always play video clips now.
Not touching the keyboard right now. Stop doing this! I can't talk to them. Why are you initiating these conversations? I'm not pressing a button to do that, by the way.
That's not worth money. All the clips that I got, that I gathered. Well worth. I do have a button where I could just play one randomly. Nano, how are you doing? I think your memory might have gotten wiped out a little bit. How are you feeling?
Hey James, 苦笑, I'm feeling great. No worries here. Ready to rock the stream with you. 仔细游戏手柄闪亮. Sometimes I get a little scrambled, but I'm all good now. 大笑, how are you doing? Stay steady. 火箭.
I'm good. We're gonna play. So, how many here have played through Braid? How many here like actually know about Braid and like have played it before? You watched 5 minutes of it, played the demo on Xbox. You know, at the special ending where you get all the secrets. Most misogynistic game ever. So, yes, it's very true. There have been a lot more misogynist games that have come out since Braid, but many people are asking, is it still the most misogynist game? And we're gonna find out. It's not that misogynist. Many people, it's funny to call it the most misogynist game ever made. That's how I think like I'm gonna start introducing it to people as. So like I'll admit I will like I'm gonna be totally upfront. I like this game. When I played it a long time ago, I loved it. I really like The Witness. I hate to admit it, but as dumb as JB is, he can make a good puzzle. He can make a good puzzle. Sometimes he makes good puzzles. I don't agree with all of his opinions on women. I don't agree with him on like most things outside of puzzles. He really cranks out the puzz. Oh man, I should have called this a crank session. Game design crank session. He calls his streams where he just works on stuff like in a very like focused zone. He calls them crank sessions, which is an awesome name. It's so good. And even on his Twitch stream, it has a description of crank sessions. Here's him doing a crank session right now.
Because I can't edit it. I can't click this to select it either, to copy the value, because it's not in scope right now, so you can't copy the value of the number, even though it's drawing it right there. Dude, PUBG Corporation and Microsoft Visual Studio Corporation should get together and make the best software in the universe.
that was a joke because he hates PUBG's UI and he also hates Microsoft a lot. So some of his jokes, if you're not a programmer, might go over your head. I am more than happy to explain them because they're very stupid. Sounds like a skill issue to you. Yeah, usually is. He's also really.
Let me put in the words. I know what this means, and I know what that means. Let me put in the words. I'm not 5 years old. Jesus.
Combo's a lot smarter than me, so I need you to interpret it for me. He's a type of guy. He's very smart in certain areas, but then very not smart in a lot of other areas. So in that video, like sometimes there are clips, I have a bunch of clips of him where he'll be playing a very simple game and will just freak out over something that's like really simple. And it's funny to watch.
Oh, wait a minute, guys. Guys. I'm stupid.
Oh, is
Can I
that?
just get that out there?
You see? Okay, I guess, yeah, he's not so smart. For everyone who thought he's smarter than you, that just proves he's not. I didn't watch all the clips, so I might get like surprised by some of the clips. I just downloaded a ton of them. I have, how many? Hold on, I can literally count how many I have. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh no, I lost the directory where I was doing all of the, where I was working in. Ooh, oh, is it here? I have oh. There's 64 clips. There's 64 possible clips. Did it play one just now? Oh no, oh, it said you're out of uses? Oh, I think I know why. Because people, you hit the like limit for, you technically hit the limit for how many gachapon tokens you can get with money, with bits. I can change that, I'll give you a free one. Okay, that should work. Here, I'll give you one. Or I could just play one since you gave me. Thank you for the bits, by the way. I know I'm just gonna be having fun playing little dumb clips. I'm never even gonna play the game.
Talking about Braid, or am I just fed up with it at this point? Dude, I don't want to hear anybody talking about any game that I ever make ever, because I hate that shit. I don't want to know what anybody thinks about anything that I work on.
Hold on, I'm pausing this real quick. Shout out to Starseed Pilgrim. The developer is a really cool guy, Droken. And John Blow likes his game. It's actually a really good game. Anyway.
Ever.
Wait, was he on, did he have 9inchnails.com open? That's like, I know he's like into goth music. I know that like sometimes he'll talk about going to, so he used to live in San Francisco. He lived in San Francisco around the same time I lived in San Francisco, and people would say that like he used to go to, they would say, oh, he's always going to a club to dance and stuff. And I think like I don't know who I talked to, but they were like, oh yeah, he always goes to the DNA lounge during like goth nights, and I really wish I could see him there. That's like it's a very famous like goth industrial bar in San Francisco. He does seem like that type of the type of guy that would be there. This streams is a big Craigslist misconnection post. He's probably besties with Trent. I can't imagine. I'm trying to imagine. What's funny is like Trent Reznor has made music for video games before. I can't imagine like what they would talk about. I will I may hate his games, but let the man dance to Nin. Yeah, no, of course he can love Nine Inch Nails. He definitely fits the archetype for a Nine Inch Nails fan. Let's be real. But yeah, I do hate to. I won't deny that I do like his games. I did really like The Witness, and I still think it's a good puzzle game. But I also understand everybody's hate against him. Does he ever do a crank session to Nin? I don't even think he plays music when he's streaming. When I was making all the clips, the funniest part was the fact that I realized that while I was doing it, every single portrait when he's streaming, like him, like a video of him, every single one was like from a different angle, and I don't know why, because that just means that like what it probably means is that he's working off of his laptop a lot and he's just going to different places. But literally every clip where it shows him, most of the time it was like in a different like position somewhere in a room, playing DMCA-able musical streams that no one can clip his rage sessions. Oh man. Well, it's a good thing he doesn't do that then. Okay, enough yapping from me. We should just play the game. So the anniversary edition is supposed to have a bunch of new stuff. The biggest thing I know about is that there are new puzzles. Okay. I'm probably too big, huh? One sec. One sec. I'll make you guys smaller. Am I too big on the screen? There we go. New ways of being misogynist added. We'll see. You know, it might be. The archetype for a 9-inch nail is a 2x10 rafter beam. The archetype for a 9-inch nail is a 2x10 rafter beam. Okay. That's actually funny. Thank you for bringing architect jokes here. Oh no, did my controller disconnect? My big ears are taking up all the space. Good. So, in Braid, this game, like Soulja Boy said earlier, you play Mario in the future. The commentary on. I didn't turn it. You have to turn it on manually. You might have to. Okay, maybe have to turn on. Go to commentary. What the fuck? Wait, what? What is? Okay. Huh. You know what I should do? because of the way this game is. Hold on, I'm gonna. Oh no, that's me. I don't want to make me go away. I want to make the game go away. And I think. Why isn't the game showing up? I think I have to do this. Unfortunately. Okay. Welcome to the commentary world. There is a large amount of developer commentary in this edition and game. This world helps organize the commentary by topic. You may also find a few surprises. Warning, if you have not played and finished Braid, turn back. The commentary will spoil the game. Everybody here has played it, right? You've all played through this entire game. You know what happens in it. You know what Braid is. You know what it's all about. You're actually, you know what I could do before we go through this? I could play through the first world to show you guys what's up with this game. The commentary being in the bathroom. Here, I'm gonna move Nano over. The commentary being in the bathroom, it says something. Is saying something, but I'm not sure what it's saying. But I don't know. So, Tim is searching, rescue the princess. Happened because Tim made a mistake. What kind of mistake was it? It's not very specific about it. But, you know. I think we could safely say that Tim was canceled in some way. He really regrets it, and it was so bad that he got a divorce. And he's like, what if I could just go back and what if I'd go back in time potion? You vaguely interpret about being the creative process and the desire to create something new and fresh, and how difficult it is when you have exacting standards. Wait, hold on. I'd like it. Hold on. Wait. Elaborate. Love Lane. Cook a little bit. Elaborate that point. Wait. So it's about. You say it's about the creative process, but he's making mistakes during the creative process, and he wants to erase those mistakes. Maybe he was working on something and it was cringe or problematic, and he's like, ugh, shouldn't have made that. Wish I could go back. Isn't there some twist about nukes or something? If you're following the story, yes, there is. This is one of those games where how would I explain this? This game came out at a time when video games were even more dumb than they are now. I'm not saying that this game is is dumb or necessarily dumb. You could argue that, and you probably, I think you would have a lot of arguments to support your claim. The woman he's chasing is maybe a metaphor for inspiration, which itself is just commentary on how commonplace the save the princess trope is, especially in games. Oh, I see. I could see that. And of course, number one rule of interpretation is no interpretation is wrong. It's only bad if it's not interesting. That's my opinion. So yeah, back during when this game came out, there weren't a lot of games trying to do anything particularly quote unquote smart. So this game was a big hit because it was like, whoa, it's Mario, but there's themes. And it's subverting tropes in games. And whoa, like it's also painted and there's like nice music. Soldier Boy's interpretation is equally valid. Yes, and if anything, like I would argue he has the correct interpretation of this game. I'm actually like sad. I wish he would. Soldier Boy streams. I really wish he would play this game, the anniversary edition. So part of the game is you collect these puzzle pieces. You also see these enemies, and they're like Goombas in a game that we're familiar with. But when you die, you can go back in time as if you didn't die. You can fix your mistakes. You can't do that in real life. In real life, if you make a mistake, that's it. So then a question you might ask is, if you don't have any lives, if you can go back in time as many times as you want, then, like, doesn't that just make the game easy? How do you get a game over? And the way you can't get a game over, but the puzzles can be kind of tricky as you keep going. So many people have concluded, yeah, it's so a lot of people asked when this game came out, is this Mario for babies? And it might be. Oop. It could be, but also it could be Mario for adults. Or saying it's Mario for babies is what's it called? Maybe it is Mario for babies, but maybe Mario is already for babies. So another part of the game is you move around these puzzle pieces and you're like, oh, what the heck? I don't think I have enough things for this puzzle. Some of them fit, but not everything fits. And that's because you gotta come back. Wait, how do I get that one? Oh, I know how to get this one. Wait, how do I get that one? Wait, what the fuck? I think I remember how to get this one. But that puzzle piece up there, we gotta do some stuff before we can get it. Maybe Mario is Braid for babies? So this is an interesting one because when you get to this level, you're like, oh, I just gotta kill these guys. Easy. But then you get to the end here and you're like, oh no, how do I jump? How am I supposed to jump? Wait, I can't jump. How am I supposed to reach? Oh, there was a guy down here I could have bounced off, but he's dead. And then you realize that, oh wait, you can't just you not only can go back in time, but you can like go back in time really far. To like the very beginning of the level. The music is really good. I do really like the music. What's funny is like I have some of the songs on my rotating playlist of music, and I think I get like content. I don't get a content strike, but I get muted because of it. So I'm very curious if this stream is gonna get muted. Snark aside, I always thought that besides the music, the game is ugly, both art and sound effects. The art, I don't hate the art. I think when it came out, it was probably really crazy because it was like, oh, this looks like a painting, cool. The sound effects, I don't like the sounds that the little guys make when you stomp on them. John Blow is the king of I meant for it to be ugly. I don't know. There are a lot of people who say I meant for it to be ugly. In Indie Game the Movie, there is another developer named Edmund McMillan who has, you could say, has made more commercially successful games. His games are very ugly on purpose. His game, he draws a lot of poop in his games. This is the famous spot. This is the famous spot where Soulja Boy starts his review. I don't even need to go back in time for that one. Okay, I did need to go back in time for that and that. This is like visiting Ground Zero. It is. This was one of the like very earliest big indie games in the West that would like start the indie game dream for a lot of people. Oh, look, we're at the castle just like in Mario, and there's even a flag. Oh, and there's a Yoshi, but not Yoshi. Oh, and he said the princess is another castle. That's a reference to Mario. So in each, I guess I could play like a little bit of this one. In the start of each level, there's a new story bit where it's like, oh, Tim got canceled, but it would be nice if he could go back in time and get uncanceled, but that like he could keep some things around that some knowledge he gained from the current time. And you're like, what does that mean? And then when you play the intro level of every world, you're introduced to a new mechanic. So you can still go back in time, but then you see that anybody with anything glowing green doesn't go back in time. So I still have the key, even though I went back in time, because it's not affected by the going back in time potion. Flo was smart. He'd have made plushies of the dino guy. Yeah, you know what? That's true. You're right. You're actually right. Okay, I think that's enough for... You guys know you guys know what's going on in the game. I want to listen to the commentary. I want to see what's going on in the commentary of this game. I could play a... Wait, oh, no, never mind. I have a few minutes. I thought I had ads in a sec. The first indie game was Cave Story. This is the second. True. Yeah. I might turn down the audio.
Sugar is unhealthy and makes me a bad
Pretty
programmer.
much.
All right, I will sit here and eat my fruit, and you can sit there and eat your asparagus, and we'll see who makes the better program 20 years from now. All right? We'll see where we end up. I'm
Get
all in
him,
favor of a
JB.
competition like that. I like competitions.
Typical asparagus, Andy.
Because again,
This is a very good like indication of where the developer's headspace is at. Sound effects are pretty high. Music is low. Commentary
Solved a
volume
couple of those.
maxed out.
If it's only
Completely,
about
you can't
figuring
raise
out
it anymore.
order a number of
You can't make it any louder.
That just gets boring.
Makes you think. Okay. You game for the commentary. I wish, honestly, like, I wish more games had commentary stuff. I really like the commentary in the Half-Life games because it's, I don't know, you could, like, you get to find out fun little neat factoids about an area in the game. Yeah, I see that, John. Getting pretty angry about releasing this game and seeing how all the scores are basically designed, not just to show you what you already want. So Braid is basically impossible to find on the store. Wait, really? I didn't I didn't know that. Wait, hold on. Wait, that isn't about this game? Like, hold on. Like, all the stores are designed now just to show you what you already want. Oh, I see. So it's just like discoverability. Like, you just like can't, it's just not showing up for people. He was sorting by best selling, not release date. Oh, and like he wasn't at the top of the best selling, and he's like, what's going on? What's this bias against my game? Why is it not best selling? That's pretty funny. Please finish the game before proceeding. You guys, I mean, I think you guys got a good enough example of what happens in the game. I've finished this game. I've finished this game several times. Above this book is a sample commentary activated to see how things go. Okay.
This is an example of developer commentary. We want to give you as much freedom as possible in the game while commentary is active. You can enable and disable subtitles in the commentary menu or using this switch up here. You can stop commentary at any time by reactivating this commentary node or through the menu. From time to time, we show recordings of gameplay in order to illustrate the conversation. By default, these appear up in the corner of the screen, but if you desire, you can toggle them to full screen to see things better. When you do that, the game is paused. You can shrink the recording again to resume your own gameplay. We just did this automatically, but we'll let this recording go on for a while so you can try maximizing and minimizing for yourself.
I'll take your word for it.
Often there will be illustrations which are treated the same way. You can maximize them for best visibility or minimize them if you just want to play the game. When a commentary is done and you go on to the next one, the new illustrations appear in whichever mode you left the last commentary, maximized or minimized.
Okay. Skip forward by 10 seconds, skip backwards by 10 seconds. He should have added a speed up by 2 times or 3 times or slow down to half speed. He's not thinking about like content-minded people. He's not thinking about what would make this funny, which is sad. I'll leave feedback for him. Hold on, I'm gonna make myself bigger. Ever play The Looker, the Witness parody that has sick burns against invisible cities? No, I haven't. Well, I've played The Looker. I haven't read Invisible Cities. The Looker, I never finished it, but The Looker was really funny. I think one of the biggest jokes about The Looker that's that's like, I don't know. It's not really like a direct burn, but the Witness took a long time to make because they added like a lot of crazy details in the game and like made it look really nice. And like I personally really like I do think the Witness looks nice. I think it's I think it's a good puzzle game personally, but I do understand why people hate on it so much. The funniest part of the Looker is the fact that it looks exactly like the Witness and sounds exactly like the Witness and was probably made in a small fraction of the time it took to make the Witness. The fact that like they made a custom fucking engine for the Witness, but then it was just like, oh yeah, they just made it in Unity for like probably 1/10 of the price, and it's like a parody. So wait a minute, is commentary enabled now? Oh, we have ads coming up in 40 seconds, 45 seconds. If you're subscribed, then you'll see the game. I could turn on. I'll turn on Gachapon so people can watch more John Blow clips. If you're not subscribed, you're gonna see ads for 3 minutes. Just go ahead and take a quick break. Get some food. Go pee. Stuff. Whatever you want. And I'll be right back because I need to pee right now. Okay. BRB.
Is it hard to make games for Linux when you make a game for Windows? Yes, it's very hard because you spend years making the game and then nobody pays you any money for all the work, and then you go starve and you get a job at Applebee's. That is what happens when you make games for Linux. It's very hard. Do you mean the criticism from me seems harsh, or on the internet? I'm not harsh about this. I think it's interesting so far. There's some disagreements that I have, like the insta-death on the spikes. I understand what they're doing there, but I don't agree. But I don't think that wrecks the game or anything. Oh God, yes it does. What do I hate more, JavaScript or slow program? Aren't those the same thing? No, because JavaScript is slow program and buggy program. That's a little bit of a weird flag name at this point, because that is certainly not due to the Lexer. Very loud car going by that is slower than my car. Okay. I bet it's an early out. Yes, if wanted is equal to given, of course they match. Sorry. Time for us to raid somebody. good is that? We're gonna raid someone in science and technology who doesn't grow weed. And not funny, fun, giggle games, probably.
I'm back. Oh my god, wait, this clip is so funny.
God damn, dude. What? I am so bad. I am so bad. All I had to do was shoot him a couple times. He had armor. Delete this stream. There shall never be evidence.
Too late.
Oh, I would, dude.
Wait, oh, did it pause?
Dude, if I made like a God of War style game or something.
Oh, is this
I have
gonna
no
this might
plans
cancel
to.
out this video?
But if I did, there would definitely be a boss battle that took
Or maybe
an
it's
hour.
queued up.
Are you kidding me? Of course. And it wouldn't be some bullshit boss battle where you just plink away at his health for an hour. There would be like 40 different phases to the boss and stuff.
Oh, Emily Aster, thank you for the raid. Hi, welcome everybody. I'm JamsVirtual. Oh yeah, thank you. Nano, we just got raided by Emily Aster. Can you say hi to everybody and welcome everyone?
Hey everyone, 此期外星怪物 welcome and thank you, Emily Esther, for the raid. 秀色微笑拉炮彩带 we're gonna have so much fun together. Let's get weird and wild. 单眼吐舌闪亮
Let's get weird and wild.
Enjoy the vibes.
What were you playing? Were you playing this game? Or a different game? He's like Mario, but he goes whoop. I was showing that video earlier at the beginning of the stream. Soulja Boy's the only review of this game that actually matters. Wait, so I don't know. Was I supposed to do something to activate the Oh, wait, I probably just have to keep on going. Yeah, there we go. Okay, you'll find the door that leads outwards, commentary to the main game. Try this one. Wait. You'll find doors that lead outwards, the commentary. Try this one. Oh. So for everybody who's just joining, by the way, hi, I'm Jams. I'm a alien VTuber. I stream sometimes. I work for a company called Item Label. Ooh, this is a new version of Braid that has a lot of commentary. And I'm very vaguely interested because I really liked this game when I was younger. But I haven't played it in a very long time, but also Braid is kind of a little bit of a running, not a running joke, not Braid. John Blow is kind of a running joke here as a really insane game dev.
We've touched up the graphics and sound for this edition of Braid, but if you want to play with the original graphics and sound, you can switch at any time. These are the old graphics, and these are the new graphics.
Which one do you
the
guys
commentary
prefer?
world is all new, so there are no old graphics to switch to when you're back there. It only works here in the main game.
Oh, you can switch it like any time? I could just keep on going like this? That's kind of cool. It used to look better. Yeah, here... in this part, they just added more trees and more parallax. They like doubled the layers for parallax. The art looks kind of similar. If anything, like the new graphics, they're kind of darker. Yeah, I don't know, like some of the stuff like in the original one, I kind of like the way the rock looks, like the rock behind near like this area where the character is behind. The grass does look kind of nice. There's a little water thing here, a little water pitcher and some plants. You know what he should have done? You know what I would have done if I was JB? If I was JB, I would have made it so that the new updated graphics was basically this world but in the future, because then it would be like, oh, it's like, you know, you can go back in time, but as you're playing this game, you're kind of going way forward in time. I wonder if like a Nano, what do you think of the new Braid graphics? Do you prefer the new graphics like right here or the old ones, the way the game used to look? There's a Tesla and there's a Cybertruck in the background.
Oh, the new Braid graphics look gorgeous. 樱花闪亮 so vibrant and detailed. 花痴 I love it. The old ones have a classic charm, but the new visuals take it to a whole new level. 调色盘 what about you? James, 喜笑颜开.
I don't give a shit. No.
Haha, that's the spirit. 笑得满地打滚子欣 Well, let's just enjoy the game and have a blast. 刚好彩蛋 You crack me up, James.
I put this here. See, here's a cool puzzle. Check this out. Fuck. Watch this. I can go back in time. I didn't have to go all the way back up. That platform I made earlier doesn't let me reach all the way. Hi, straight JamsVirtual. Yeah, it's Mario in the future. It's Mario even further in the future than before. Here's a cool puzzle. Wait for the 5 hours for the cloud to move. The one up there. Yeah. The cloud up there it looks like it's standing still, but it's actually moving very slowly. And eventually it will go to I think it goes to a place where you can pick up like a Easter egg. There's like a whole secondary collection thing. I forget what they're called or what it is. What was it? I remember getting a few of them, but I don't think I got all of them when I used to play this. The stars. Yeah, the stars. That's it. He did a similar bit in the Witness where there's a video you watch in the secret video room. And if you want to get one of the puzzles, you have to like sit there holding down a button to like connect the line. Stuff like that in games is actually funny. I agree. Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think it's good. I like when game developers have... Oh, I already got this one. Just fucking with completionists for no reason. Yeah, I don't know. I like when game devs do things to like fuck with gamers. Did I? Oh, okay. I just had to go through there. Sorry, I was looking through the commentary, but then it was just like letting me play the game. So what do you guys want to see first? Nano, which commentary door do you want to go through first in this?
Ooh, so many choices. 爆米花, let's start off with the sound and music 信号 door. 多个衣服 it's always fun to see how the magical audio brings it into life.
Okay.
What do you think, James? 耳机闪亮.
Sure. Nano gets it. He does get it. So yeah, one of the worlds, time only moves. The timeline is tied to your horizontal X position within the world.
For the Braid Anniversary Edition, we wanted to solve a number of issues with the music of the original, including shortage of tracks, inconsistency between them.
This isn't JB, who is this?
And silence at the loop points. However, while fixing these issues, we wanted the remastered versions of the tracks to continuously mirror the originals, especially since the player can toggle between the two at any given moment. For this reason, the two versions are always kept in sync, sample accurately to avoid any phasing issues when transitioning between them. Correspondingly, we couldn't add any new tracks, meaning we'd had to come up with creative ways of solving the repetitiveness resulting from reusing the limited amount of tracks throughout the game. A related issue was that some of the original tracks, due to their inherent happy mood, appear out of place in the later, much darker part of the game. The solution was to remix or even redesign the tracks, in this way added the needed variation while retaining the underlying structure of the originals. The original score features tracks with beginnings and endings, and as a result there are silences at the loop points. To get rid of these awkward silences,
Coffeetron, I was literally gonna say I didn't know that Werner Herzog did the audio for this game.
From the respective tracks. The mastering involved a lot of hardware processing, also used.
He does kind of sound like Werner Herzog a little bit.
To glue the whole mix together. Unlike the sound effects, each recurring music track has a unique version for each world. So for example, in the Rainy World 3, the pizzicato strings...
This bro's yapping, I don't care. Let's see what this one says.
Like the title version of Menam, this alternative version was created from the original stereo track as we hadn't received the stems yet. And it worked out so well that we didn't even attempt to approve it using stems. The basic idea was to separate the solo instruments from the background drone and then trigger fragments of the solos when opening the books. This wasn't too hard to achieve using the original stereo mix since the background drone is very static. Using the drone as a noise profile in a denoising algorithm, the solo instrument would be isolated, and by inverting the process, we'd largely have the drone isolated. The drone part retained an ethereal shadow of the melody, So when you walk from the house into the cloud, it feels like the melody is being pushed.
It would be
into
really
the
sick if
background
they were
behind
playing
clouds.
the
instrument
parts that he's
fragments
talking
are
about
triggered
for the
when opening
commentary.
books are a mix of cello flageolets and Korean lute gestures extracted from the original stereo track.
It almost sounds like it was supposed to play and it like didn't, or like I didn't activate something. Ooh. Oh.
In order to add variation and avoid wearing out the tracks, I did some processing on the music when the player enters the puzzle screens. The presence of the instruments is reduced by way of attenuating mono content, high frequency spikes and transients, and adding first reflections. The goal was to make it sound like the music was playing from the next room. You can hear the difference by entering and exiting the puzzle screens in the different levels. Downstream, with its light, happy feel, was probably the track that felt most out of place in the context of World 6. Accordingly, it was the track that needed the most substantial treatment. Unfortunately, it was also one of the tracks for which we didn't manage to acquire stems, which ultimately meant that we have to sacrifice clarity for the sake
No,
of
time's not moving when he's moving.
Luckily though, the track plays towards the end of World 6, where the player is already familiar with the ring game mechanic, and the music no longer needs to do the heavy lifting in terms
This is a weird the audio like section is weird because, or the audio commentary is weird because like it's not playing any of the audio that they're talking about, which I would expect them
in
to
the
be doing.
original game. There's no music or ambience in the epilogue, making it dead quiet.
Yeah.
This has a somewhat odd feeling to it that we wanted to fix while keeping the overall calmness of the world. It felt natural to use Menam for the epilogue, since in this way it anticipates the very beginning of the game to which the player is transported when completing the epilogue. In this way the epilogue somewhat becomes a prologue as well, enhancing the feel of being looped back to the beginning. To support the light, ethereal quality of the level, it features the processed version of the solo cello. Like in the cloud room, you can hear.
Yeah, like it'd be sick if we could hear the cello right now.
And then trigger melodic fragments when opening the books. The singing voice of the princess.
The way he's talking about it, it sounds like the music is supposed to be playing, but like it isn't for some reason. Did I like? I wonder if there's like some stupid thing that I have to do that's like, oh, to unlock the audio in the commentary, you gotta solve a puzzle. Which would be kind of funny. Maybe I need to go to an easier commentary and learn some of the rules here before I can come back to this commentary. Let's look at the playthrough commentary. You played, okay. So I guess you can just like play. Oh, this is just like playing through the game with, this is what I thought it would have.
I had an idea of an experience that I wanted the player to have at the start of the game.
Okay.
Just an art thing. Like, wouldn't it be nice if the following, right? And you see yourself.
Is this Casey Moriarty?
Have this like simple moment.
The
and
other
that
guy?
includes all sorts of even pragmatic things, like the game not booting to a menu and just booting to this scene that almost could act like a screensaver.
I'm like pretty sure that, I bet that's him.
And there's not like 50 logos that come up.
Yeah, it's him.
Right?
Yeah. You know, the first thing a lot of people want to do is put their company logo that nobody's ever heard of or cares about, and that's the first thing you see. And I'm like, no. And in fact, Witness was the same way. It boots, and then you're in a hallway.
Yep.
Yeah. The other thing, and it's related, but a little bit meta, is because my agenda was for this to be an art game, and not just to be an art game, but to show other designers and players like this is a way that games can be that games usually aren't being, right? So it was to make a point, kind of like the game starts up, you see a thing.
It's a little bit like Mario.
You're like, what exactly is going on?
Yeah.
And
what's going on? This
it's
isn't
a
Mario.
statement. This experience you're about to have is different from the
Is
ones
not
that you're used to.
Mario.
Like I wanted to hit people with that right away,
Okay.
but in a way that was also beautiful and nice.
Okay.
So that was a very early idea.
Okay.
Like those initial builds of the game that I sent to you guys didn't have this. It was just like you're in level 1 or whatever.
But you had wanted it at that time.
Well, I don't know, but
Okay.
relatively soon after.
This is
once I
not your
started
mom
thinking
and pop's
about
Mario.
how do I put all this together, like that came in there.
To be fair, when this game came out, I think it was really crazy for a lot of people because, like I said before, there weren't a lot of games like this. And now there are a lot of games like this. And if anything, like just there's so many games that there's almost not that there's too many games, but like there's so many games that they're hard to curate now, and there's a lot of like really good art games out there, and like a lot of which probably haven't really been discovered and just exist on itch.io somewhere. But this game was like, I think this game came out like right when the bar for being able to distribute a game on a console like was brought down considerably because of digital distribution. The fact that you didn't have to like buy you didn't have to have like money for publication and buy a shitload of discs to be able to send out, like you can just upload a build of your game to like Microsoft servers and people could just download it to their Xbox, and you didn't have like there was no all the overhead that used to exist was gone. And that made it so that a lot of people who were making these kinds of games, which John Blow wasn't the first person to make an art game. People were making art games since games were a thing. The difference is that this game came out at a particular time when people who were making those games suddenly had a way of making it a commercial success rather than just a hobby. This was made at a time when you could make a documentary about indie games. That's true. This is an art game that could actually get on consoles. Yeah, exactly. And now, like, more games are getting on consoles. And, like, the idea of releasing an art game on a console, like, that's, like, of course, like, that's definitely, like, it's not only doable from, like, an indie developer's position, but like also bigger companies are publishing games that are like this. When this game, I don't know I forget when this game came out, like in 2008 or 6 or something. 2008, probably 2008, 2006. When what came out in 2006? Probably like God of War, Call of Duty. LSD was on consoles. True, but not in America, and not like too much in Japan either. LSD was a very weird particular case where the guy who made it was like a famous artist and like and made a lot of projects, and also like it was easier to distribute games on PlayStation. But still, even then, like, making something like LSD would have been, like, unthinkable in America. That's what you're getting at. Oh, yeah.
I'm looking at the original screenshot of the first screen of Braid that John put together. I'm looking for the words because I can see all the elements that I adapted. I mean, we already have Tim in silhouette in front of a sunset. What may not be clear here is the sky is
Looks like a Flash
full
game.
of particles. They're just sort of simple, like fuzzy dot particles, but they're kind of scintillating and shimmering a little bit.
This is David Hellman. Who is
was
David
already
Hellman
that
again? The name's super
idea
familiar.
The sky moving with particles. And we have the controls giving you the basics of how you're going to begin to interact. I think I always found it a little unnatural. that Tim
He's
was on a
the artist of
rooftop.
the game?
I mean, people do sometimes have access to their rooftops in apartment buildings, but it felt a little too much like Spider-Man or something, especially because as you progress to the right, you fall off the rooftop. That kind of broke the immersion for me a little bit. So I reimagined that too, kind of being on a bridge and going down a staircase. Just kind of felt a little better to me. The strongest compositional element here is just that
Artist is like,
ground plane.
JV
going
made
across
you
the screen
be
that
on a
was
building and then fall off a
supporting the idea that you're
building,
gonna move to
look
the
like
right.
shit. I made it more,
And
I made it better.
It's like the first building block of interaction here. The idea of a road ahead, of some unknown challenge and discovery ahead, and a character who we don't know yet, who we're going to invest in and maybe learn about ourselves through this whole thing. Reinterpreting this scene, I wanted to enhance that first impression, take it towards something really a little more bold and iconic. I think I was thinking consciously of iconic. You might say something's iconic because it's well known, but I think that's not the sense I could imagine at the time. Obviously, I was thinking iconic in terms of like bold, almost like very graphical, simplified. So like the figure there on the bridge, you know, you add the bridge with its particular shapes, ground that has a little more
Oh man,
of
if I
an
alt tab out of the
expressionistic
game,
character
it like it
that just
mutes
has some
the
resonance to it.
audio, which sucks.
I don't know if I can explain it more, but I think turning the roof into a bridge was a good idea. I was imagining that when you finish the game, you would be in some kind of silhouette space with a kind of abstract expressionist background, and that the colors would become familiar yellows and
And then you
oranges
died.
with these floating lights, and then maybe you fall off the end of a ladder into a space with a blue purple background, and you'd find yourself back at the beginning of the game with a purple, like a night sky, like after the sunset.
Oh, that would have been cool. They didn't do that though, did they? Oh, here's all the pictures they showed earlier.
You know, I look at this image and you know, I think the obvious color comparison here is fire. I mean, is there some notion of fire?
To tell you the truth, it was supposed to just be a sunset, and it was kind of late in development. I was getting feedback that it looked like the city was on fire, and I remember I brought that up to John, and he actually wasn't concerned about that ambiguity. He said, that's okay if people think that. And there are, I guess, reasons for that, but I was just thinking sunset.
That's Frank
I guess
Savaldi.
as
Oh,
a
okay.
Product of just the way I would push light and color around. The sunset.
Yeah, doesn't he give a
became
bunch of
this
commentary in this
diffuse
game?
thing that's like seeping throughout the city. I mean, I think like the way the light works in my painting at the time is not always very scientific. So I just wanted the light throughout the city, and it became this. It looks like a fire, I guess.
Oh, he does the
It
interview
is
with
very
David.
striking, though. I mean, do you still feel like, even though it came in the end, you did sort of accomplish this sort of striking imagery that you were going for? It's iconic imagery.
Yeah, I feel really good about this. First, I mean, it was based on John's programmer art version, which had Tim in silhouette on top of a building with what was more recognizably a sunset. But I turned it into a bridge. That's an association I have because of the type of like support structures underneath. I think of a track that's going to take you forward, and a platformer like this is first about
Commentary,
moving to the
someone
right,
to bounce off and
forward,
have a conversation.
and that is the first thing you're
It's very
invited to
true.
do, as a controller prompt comes up on screen. So I'm thinking
Have
of
you-
like the basic first element of gameplay that you're about to engage in that
It sucks that
defines much
game
of the
commentary isn't more
So there's
common
that reference to like a form
because
characteristic of
there's a lot of like really good
platformer
movie
genre,
commentary.
which
Like
this game does.
it's
like,
pretty common for
engage
movies to
very
have
consciously
commentary
in
tracks,
conventions
and some of them will have like
game
really
design
funny ones.
platformers. So that's present.
Uh,
But then the background.
There's like one. There's a
is
few
very
examples
Free kind of explosion of
I
sensation.
can think of,
like a feeling.
like the
I think there's certainly like A Wistful or
my God,
Poignant
what's his
Feeling
name?
or something like that. As
Ben
you're looking out
Affleck
over a city
in-
at sunset.
And what's it called? God, what was the movie? I think Armageddon. That commentary track and what he says in that movie is really funny. You do a let's play of your game and talk about it, maybe that'd be easier. That's true. But then you can't do stuff like drawing over it and having weird little nodes in your game that you can click on. So there's apparently 16 hours of commentary, which I do not think I'm gonna be able to get through all of it. Unless if people are like really want me to, but even then I don't know. A film commentary, you can get away with being pissed while doing it. Not sure if you can get away with that in games. I mean, you should be able to. I would. If I was doing commentary on a video game. Well, I'm trying to think of like. What's funny is like, I guess for doing a let's play, for doing a video commentary, I've always wanted to do commentary on some of the videos I made for Item Label. Like specifically like some of the longer ones. Like we've made a few like hour-long videos for Item Label, and there's like definitely a lot I could say over those. I could do stream commentary over my own VODs and then do commentary over those VODs. I'm sure that's a bit somebody's already done before.
So the house, well, I'd had this idea that if it's a puzzle game, I think the idea that you would be able to trivially run through the levels came much later. But before that, it was like, okay, these levels are going to have puzzles. I had done enough looking at games
Commentary
to
from
see that if you
section.
have a very linear
TikToks.
structure and you have puzzles, people get stuck on a puzzle and then they can progress no further in the game.
Right.
And that's terrible. They get mad at the game. There's plenty of enjoyable times that they would be able to have that you're not letting them have.
Yep.
And
If they didn't get Soulja Boy for this,
chance to figure out the puzzle, because
they probably didn't
against one thing,
which is a
not
huge
that great
disservice.
Processes of thought, right?
Right.
Because he's such a big part of the culture for this game.
Facility, with
like
the
even if they're not willing to admit it, I would argue that he is a pretty big part of the culture of this game. And if I made this game, I would reach out to him.
You were stuck
100%.
So all of this led me to
pretty sure John Blow hates Soulja Boy, and John Blow is like a lesser person because of that.
Like we probably should introduce them roughly.
You are probably right,
but who's to say you have to solve them in sequence or even play them in sequence, right? And so it's deliberately different from a book that way. Although again, books like Dictionary of the Khazars are deliberately nonlinear, but it's very rare in a book to do that.
Right, most books are linear.
Like
book jump scare.
Right, yeah.
But this was a way of trying to make the puzzle game good. Okay, so if it's kind of nonlinear and you can go to things in whatever order, how do you know when you're done? How do you get to the end? I can't just put the end after World 6 or whatever, because what if you haven't finished the other ones?
Right.
So there's got to be something gating you from the ending.
Right.
And it would be nice if that was...
Is a commentary just like interviews and shit?
Where you could see your progress.
Is this why it's 16 hours? I thought it was going to be a bit more...
locked until everything else is done and then it opens. And that is functionally what is there. But I came up with this thing
a little more
where
succinct.
The different ladders are there based on what worlds you
They should have some commentary about the documentary. It must have sold a lot of
climb higher.
copies. Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Anything so that feels a little bit better. And if you've
hi,
solved them
Chris.
discontinuously, there'll be a gap where you can't climb, but then
You're at a ballroom dance right now?
There, and you get this feeling of
Why are you on
progress. You get
Twitch?
visual
Don't
feedback of progress.
Go have
And
fun.
there's
Go
this
to
mystery of like
you're
what's
being
in
at a
that
ballroom
attic.
dance.
Right.
Be at the ballroom dance.
And you get the whole game to think about that, because
I hope you have fun
see
though.
the attic at the beginning.
Right.
And I mean, if you poke around, and at some point, probably long before the end, because you end up coming back to this house.
Yeah, your
between every
your
world.
cosplay was really
And every
really
time you
cool,
quit the
Chris. I
game
saw
and
it. I saw
restart
it
you're
on
back
in the
house. And
Discord.
so you probably poked around at some point, and you're like, "Oh, what's up there?"
Yes.
And I never put a sign saying you're trying to get into the attic,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But it's natural to want to know.
Yes.
And so that all seemed like a good way to structure it.
Was he just like, you can go to the attic, but I don't tell you to go to the attic, but you'll be naturally curious to want to know what's up there in the attic? Ooh, let's hear what he says
How
about
did
this.
that idea develop that there was going to be sort of distinct two things, text and the game?
It was baked into the idea at the start.
Okay.
For reasons, right? One, I kind of wanted to write something again. I had written things way in the past, and I was like, I could do something here.
Right.
It was going to be much more of a constrained writing exercise.
Okay.
So part of all of this stuff, so the Olipo, which we mentioned,
Yes.
is all about constrained writing according to rules or
Yes.
heuristics or algorithms, right?
Right.
And then like these specific books that I was taking.
Can I move Nano
inspiration-
just a little bit? Fine. Okay. Fine. I know you guys don't want to see Nano. I'll put him down here.
Constraints on what the writing is. That's one direction of constraints. And then there's an orthogonal direction that's just from writing to writing. Like the intros to these different worlds can have structural parallelism in some way. In the end, there was probably at least one too many constraints on it. And it like the writing quality suffered from it probably, but you know, it's fine. But like I was just interested in that.
Wait.
Like the right intros to these different worlds can have structural parallelism in some way. In the end, there was probably at least one too many constraints on it. And it like the writing quality suffered from it probably, but you know, it's fine. But like I was just interested in that idea.
John V and like the writing
even before I
could
know
have been
it's
better if I didn't
there's
give
this
myself
idea
such a
that
hard
doing
challenge.
something in gameplay is more difficult than in fiction, because in fiction you can just.
I'm sorry.
fiction
I don't
just
mean
depends
to
on
be
how
so
good you are at rhetoric
snarky.
in some sense.
I don't want to
Like,
make fun of this
once
too
there
much.
was a world where
Right.
It feels a
everybody
little easy to
walked
do
around on their
though.
hands,
Right.
and that's just how it is.
Right.
And in games, you have to deal with what that means.
Right. Yeah.
And walking on their hands is not that good of an idea, but like you open a door and it goes to another universe or whatever. Like that's an idea where in fiction you can say whatever, but you're describing some rules all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And in games, you have to make those work consistently for it to be a certain class of game, a system-oriented game. Now, of course,
Right.
whenever I say this, there's always like, well, it could be like the old adventure games where there's just if statements, right?
Right. So you don't really implement
Yeah.
the system. You just implement the like particular beats you cared about, and everything else is just not there.
Yeah, but even those are better when they feel systemy, and
Yes.
the way that people figure out. So, like Planetfall, for example,
Yes.
or a Starcross actually is even
Yep.
more. Starcross has some
Never played
objects that
this.
are pretty systemy, and the way that you solve the puzzles is you know how they behave,
Yes.
and you use that to engineer the solution.
Yep.
And then the if statements happen to correctly implement the behavior that you wanted.
Right.
Right. And so it's like you're pretending the system is there, both as the player and the author, right? But as you go more forward in time and games are more capable, it's like, hey, there's more of an actual system,
Right.
and the system is more complex and nuanced. And I was
Yeah.
very interested in that.
I kind of agree with. He spoke a little bit too abstractly about like what he meant about systems in the beginning, or like towards the middle.
So the text in Braid is something that was revised a bunch of times. The actual last time
Yes,
I
but
played
it also- yeah, it
Braid
also
before its
depends.
Release, it had substantially different text than the text that was actually released. So it was getting revised a bunch
Like
of
through
times.
development. you mean.
Throughout the
Yeah,
development.
for sure.
And during the course of this interview, you actually said you think the text maybe wasn't as good as it could have been because, quote unquote, you we're trying too hard to make it good. Actually, you said that. I don't know what you mean by that. So maybe you could unpack some of that. How did you develop the text? Like, what were you sort of trying to do there? And what did you mean when you said maybe you tried too hard or something? I don't know. I really don't know what you meant. So
there's just a problem that happens if. Okay, so to relate this back to design, broadly speaking, right? One of the best skills as a game designer is to know what something looks like as somebody who just sees it for the first time. Where are their eyes being drawn? What do they think about all these things, right?
You just mentioned that multiple times.
It's a little bit similar with writing, probably, except I have not clocked nearly as many hours writing as I have designing games. And so there's this thing that can happen if you're really thinking hard about how to make writing do a lot of things functionally. And like, how do I do this with it? How do I do that to it? How do I connect it to this other part? How do I make it short enough, but also still have some idea in it? And two things happen. One is, unless you do a really good job refreshing yourself, you really early on stop seeing it as somebody does when they see it for the first time. And this becomes very hard. So you just see like little tweaky things about it and whatever, right? And that for sure happened.
Okay.
If I make a game, I know that what people see first helps set their expectations of what the whole thing is about. When it came to the text in Braid, because I was so looking at it up close, I probably failed to account for certain things. So for example, the World 2 text is the first text that people see. And because it's first, it sets expectations thematically for what the game is about and what the point of things are and stuff. Whereas that's actually, you know, I revised that.
Very true.
Probably
the first thing you read, will set the tone.
To me,
or a thing
I was more
that you're
setting it up
reading
parallel to the other worlds because that's the structure of the game, right? And not correctly accounting for the degree to which
you could do +2 or -2
the tone. And to be honest, the World 2 text is my least favorite.
Wait, hold on.
It's the one that I think is
okay. Like after this,
the lowest.
This might be too late, and I want to make a redeem where it's like agree with JB, disagree with JB.
I haven't revised any of the text for the anniversary edition.
It'll be a counter in one direction or the other, and then we could see which one's
both for this functional reason and for the fact that like
which one's higher.
Was totally happy with
at the end.
And some of this unhappiness came from, you know, like when you're writing. Being as brief as you can while doing the thing that you're trying to do is generally good advice, right?
Yes.
I think that, you know, like when you're writing, being as brief as you can while doing the thing that you're trying to do is generally good advice, right?
Yes.
I think
that's really good advice. And that's something that Emma Mouse said in a tweet, which is that I have hanging up on my wall. Hold on, I want to show one of my favorite tweets from my from one of my bosses, from the CEO of Item Label and my boss. Oh, I wish I could find this tweet. They basically said they said don't spend too much time on this shit stuff. That's my motto. It's very real. Don't spend time on this shit stuff. Don't spend too much time on this shit stuff. I have it like hanging up on my wall. Okay, I'm gonna
that in some
I'll get back
cases
to
I was trying to be a little bit too brief while trying to do too many things. And what that manifests as is you read something and it just seems weird or like it doesn't totally connect. Because if I'd added another half of a sentence or whatever, it would have made more sense. But I cut that half of a sentence because I was very worried about the thing being too long. So like
it removes some of the color, like it becomes more stilted if it's super compact.
Yeah, and in fact, that's what happened with my game developer articles, is they became unreadable because they were forced to fit within a certain footprint. And I think to a little bit of an extent that happened here, especially with things like the World 2 text and whatnot. So if I were to give myself writing advice back at that time, it would be to not be so worried. Like, look, if people are going to read these at all, it's because they have an attention span.
And the people who don't are just going to run by them anyway.
Yeah, and so don't worry that much about optimizing the length. Because then especially, like, weird stuff happens, right? So, for example, if you're trying to write and you're trying to be concise and clear, one of the things that you would do, that's, most people will give you this writing advice, is to cut superfluous, like, adjectives and adverbs. Because even though they seem to you to be helping set the tone and stuff, they weigh something, and it becomes clumsy if you just have a lot of them, right? And they take it longer to get to the point that you're.
Is this something like?
Right? The problem is, as you try to make things short, like,
no disrespect, not trying to be mean. This is some like beginners like to creative writing stuff
briefly
that he's talking about right
and
now.
It's like, oh, I want to shorten this so it doesn't have that. But I still want a little bit of a connection to what I'm going to talk about in something shorter.
Which I don't know. I guess he's a programmer, so
I'm going to add back an adjective or an adverb, right?
Yeah.
Which then has.
So I guess it's kind of
like that's problematic for the.
It's interesting for him, I guess.
I think some of that was happening as well, where if I had allowed myself a longer total length of text, it just wouldn't have suffered from me mashing it down.
John Blow's basically saying, if I would have just let myself cook a little longer, then this like these books here would have been so much more fire.
Are there any specific design decisions about web technologies that you could categorically label as bad decisions? Yes, basically all of them.
John Blow really hates web development. That's one thing that he always goes off on his streams. He's right. Dude, he's right about writing. I don't think he's applying. This is mind-blowing advice. Yeah, no, he is like he is correct in what he's saying, in that like don't add too many adjectives and adverbs, because then it just, your writing becomes clunky. That's like a thing that you kind of learn when you first start doing creative writing, and it might not necessarily be something you'll intuitively pick up. What I would disagree with him in what he was saying here is, this is probably a controversial take that I have. If you have text like this and people are just gonna run past it, and you're like, well, I'm not writing it for people who are gonna run past it. I'm gonna write text for the people who are like have an attention span and read it. I would say my opinion on that is you're doing that's like not good design to me. If people are running past stuff that you wrote, and to me that means it doesn't matter and it's not compelling enough for people to pay attention to. You could write it, and I guess you could include it, but then a question I would ask myself is, why am I writing this if I know that people are just going to pass by it? Why are people passing by it? Is it because it doesn't matter? Does that mean that like I am just writing it for like the ideal player that I have in my mind, and I have another set of the not ideal player, the little baby Zoomers who are just gonna like go through my game and then are gonna complain about it online because they don't understand it because they didn't stop and do their homework to read all the books that I wrote? At that point, I would be like, oh, maybe there's a story I want to tell, and there's like a better way I could do it with the format that I'm using. But that's easier said again. Yeah, that's easy. Not only is that easier said than done, but this game also came out at a time when these kinds of games weren't really made at a commercial scale. Like there weren't really like narrative games the way there are right now. It just straight up like didn't really like games like what's that one game? Like Telltale games. I don't even think existed like when this game came out. Games like Life is Strange. Those didn't really like exist. There were games that had certain like narrative elements, and there were like PC adventure games, but for like big commercial games that you would read about in game magazines, it was very new. Telltale was releasing Bone games at the time. Oh, like the Sam and Max. Yeah.
So we're looking at a cloud screen, in particular the cloud screen for World 2. Now
he was really cooked at the time.
Iterated on this screen,
reading Gravity's Rainbow.
A bit. So,
is that a good book? Is that a book that like? That's always one of those books where I always hear about as like the butt of a joke, but I've never read it.
The cloud screen, which we called the world and story screen,
something that John Blow and I have in common is I come from a STEM
for those of you
programming background. I'm interested in art and stuff, but I didn't like
an in between. Between the
I didn't go to school for it.
To be the real world of Tim's house and the imagined worlds or created worlds that you go into, and it's a moment of reforming, reshaping. The clouds are a good metaphor because, as we know, clouds change shape, and a lot of people like to look at clouds and see things. So there's an imaginative, like, projection onto clouds very often, which fits the whole theme of the game, of these kind of created worlds that are an extension of Tim. The clouds were present in the version of the game that John showed me when I joined the project. He wanted clouds. We had a kind of fun digression into some alternatives.
I wish we could play this version of the game
ultimately, but
with this old like programmer art.
That he was very open to me trying things.
I kind of like the style, like the old style that they were showing
on this screen. And I don't want to go through the pieces of art right now, but it's like I do want to discuss that basic idea of there was a time where
you fall into a bio as well,
to sort of be a preview of the world you were going into.
Right now, every world has the same screen, except that the story is different. But this was an idea to differentiate them. And I think that's cool. I don't remember why we didn't do it. It might have been... I think maybe one problem was just that if we were to screenshot the level layout and shrink it down, it might just not look terrific. Especially for worlds that have very thin floors. Then the question is, what do you put around it? And you have to paint something very fine grain to make it match, or generalize it all to a simpler version. It just wasn't a priority. There were some tricky things about it.
I know about ways of seeing.
Probably
I've not seen
conflicted
it,
with reading the text, so that didn't make it in. I think when we were doing the HD version, I may have proposed
Isn't there
that
a
again.
clip from that show on The Witness?
Before, but we didn't do it.
As like one of the secret videos, or is that something else?
So, you want to design a video game.
Yes.
You're sitting down with a blank screen on your computer and just a vague idea.
Yes.
You want to make a platformer game.
Yes.
With puzzles about rewinding time.
Yes.
In order to make anything, you need answers to some fundamental questions.
Give me the answers, JB.
Who's the character? Human or some kind of animal mascot?
Animal mascot.
How big is he? How fast
big.
Does he move? What's
Very
the scale
fast.
of the world? How big
Small.
are levels horizontally and vertically?
Both.
How much can you see on the screen at once?
Enough to see the big animal.
Before you can start building levels, you need an initial guess. And this initial guess is important because it determines how development is going to go. If you guess too wrong, you might never see the ideas that lead to the best version of your game because the territory you're exploring is too far from those ideas.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, We're making Braid. It's a puzzle platformer starring a human guy, and we want
That's not
moving
what I
and
wanted.
jumping to feel good.
Yes.
What does that mean for the shape of the character? I knew based on experience playing other platformers that I wanted him to be fairly squat so that he would fit into a compact rectangle on the screen that was not too tall and thin. After some initial experimentation, I
Wait,
came
that's
up
a
with
really
the
cute
answer that
version.
The character should be around 2.5 heads tall. Adult humans tend to be between 7 and 8 heads tall, so this is much shorter. This convention of measuring characters in number of
Okay, I
heads
hard agree
is
with him on
something that
this. He's
illustrators have
describing
been using
making
for a
like
long time, and
making a
I've become
good
aware of
chibi
it in
character,
some way or another.
which you could
So I wanted
argue.
a squat character, more like Mario from Super
I don't
Mario
like that he
Brothers,
calls it squat.
and
He should
less
say
like the
chibi.
humanish proportions of a classic
Coward.
game from my childhood, like Impossible.
This is how
Mission.
Precious Moments did it. So
Why did I
true.
want such a squat character? The reason is you're trying to aim this shape through space to avoid obstacles.
How many
and
heads
land on platforms
tall
on
am I?
top of
That's a good
moving
question.
monsters.
I don't know.
When do you land and when do you miss? As a player, how do you aim your jump? If the character shape is too tall and thin, like adult natural human proportions, the segment between the feet is going to be narrow compared to the height of the character. And it's
I hope you
hard
guys
to
are
aim
taking
this
notes,
narrow
by the way.
segment
This is going to be
precisely
on the
to target
final.
other objects in the game. The wider this segment is, the easier and more natural it is to hit things with it. If the character
Squat
is very
gotcha
tall,
tokens.
he's going to bump his head a lot more on ceilings, which is bad. And if the baseline is pretty wide while he's tall, then he's going to take up an appreciable portion of the screen. His jump height will include so much of the screen that it limits what you can see at once, which makes puzzles harder. Also, if you're much taller than wide, it means a lot of the action of the game will involve hitting ledges from the side.
We got
But
ads
we don't
coming
want
up
that
in
because it's
45
awkward in a game
seconds.
like this.
If you're
All the
subscribed,
important
you're going to be able to
interactions
stay
in
with
this
me and we're
game
going to talk
are
about game
vertical
design.
in nature.
If you're not
Did you
subscribed,
land
you're going to
on
miss
top of
out
the
on
platform?
some really
Did you
good
land
game
on
design
top of the
tips.
monster?
But if
So
you just
we
wait
make
3
you
minutes
tall
through
and
some
the
ads, if you go
baseline
pee and then
narrow,
come back,
amplify the
you'll
kinds of clumsy
be able
interactions we
to
don't want and reduce
come
the
back
kinds of
in and
interactions
watch some
we do
game
want.
design
It wasn't a mistake that the characters
tips.
from Donkey Kong
Tips and tricks
Mario
from
Brothers were very
John
strong,
Blow.
because the designers of those games thought about these things. We were happy to follow
Also, yeah,
in this
everybody make sure to
tradition
hydrate
because
in the
it
stretch.
worked well. Now, what about the actual motion?
I never tell people
How
to
high do you
stretch, but
jump,
stretching is really
and how quickly do you
important
move
for your
through
body.
the air? These are important topics, and I cover them elsewhere.
Your body isn't meant to stay
Fortunately,
dormant.
when making Braid, the important parameters about game mechanics were understood early on, and early decisions didn't have to be changed.
Thanks for the thanks you
because
for
they were in the
redeeming
right
stretch.
neighborhood.
Wait, what are these? Oh, fuck. There's like a million things in here.
So the first world is like, okay, here's how to run, here's how to jump. And it's like, oh, I know how to do this. And then a couple puzzles in, you're like, okay, we have all these monsters. What we do is, I mean, they're cute monsters, but still, you kill monsters, right?
You don't have to do that. You don't have to kill monsters, but they don't have enough imaginations to think beyond that.
And the wonderful thing about this puzzle is the way this becomes one of the themes, which recurs later on in the game, like a variation on a theme, where as the mechanics change, we see puzzles that look like this, but have very different solutions. Okay, bonk, bonk, bonk. We bonked all the guys. Oh, damn it. How do I get over there? If only that guy were still there. From like a computer science point of view, a greedy strategy isn't always the right one. You might want to look ahead a little bit.
I was
not
literally
immediately
describing
do
this at the
thing
beginning.
Which seems naively like making progress. So these trolls, these monsters, they're not just opponents. They're going to turn out to be really vital resources.
Sometimes your
how we
ops
solve
aren't
the
just
puzzles.
only ops. Sometimes
And
your
this is the
ops are
first
vital
little hint of
resources that you need later.
And it's only 1 out of the 6, but it's already kind of a deep lesson, which I really like, because when you first enter this world, it's like, oh, I know what to do. I can just go bonk, 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 and then I'm done. But not quite.
Yeah, not quite. Now, you know, when I was first coming up with this puzzle, it was in the earliest prototype of the game, I think. And so first I was like, what can I do to make a puzzle out of monsters? And then, of course, what's interesting or difficult about needing to bounce off a monster? It's like, oh, let's sort of misdirect people into bonking the monster off the screen that they need, right? And so this is sort of one of the first places in the game where we apply misdirection.
When they see this, because of the
You've never
whole
seen an edition of a
trope, the
game like
genre of
this.
platformers,
Yeah.
I think they immediately know what to do.
Yeah.
Honestly,
And so now the thing
this
I
should
didn't
have
think about, or,
they should
you
have
know, I thought
released
about it way
they should have
before
made
release,
this and
but
released
not
this a
immediately upon
long
designing the
time
puzzle, is
ago.
that this puzzle actually
And
can be
maybe
pretty hard.
like they didn't
you
get an
don't,
idea, like
sit
they didn't have
back
an
and
idea
the
to
right
do this
mindset, 'cause what
until,
happens
you
is
know,
come up
recently.
here, you get rid of all the monsters.
I feel
Now
like this
there's
would have
two
been so
monsters
much
left,
better if this
and
came out
you
like
try to
5
get
years
across the
ago.
gap, and now you realize you have
Because
a problem.
game development has progressed
look at the
so,
screen to
like
try and
the
solve the
common
problem.
knowledge
What
of game
tools do I
development has
have at my
progressed so
disposal to
much
solve this problem?
that like a lot of
And
this
course, the
stuff
thing that
is
solves the
kind
problem
of,
is gone.
if you
There is no visual
even been a
clue
little
that it was
interested
there,
in
and you
making
might not
games,
even
like a lot of this
remember
is
that
kind of
this
second
happened to you
nature.
one right there. You might vaguely remember.
It would have been a cool
there's some other
resource,
monsters
but
on
now
the
there's
screen.
like
And so this
a lot of other
puzzle is
resources
harder
that
for some people
are
than I had
iterating
expected
basically like what they're
because of
talking
that
about.
element, right? And that's why it's interesting being a game designer sometimes.
Like what he was describing, like using like the looking at every element in your game and being like, how can this, I have like a mechanic in my game, and how obviously like the monsters interface with that, because when I go back in time, they go back in time too. How can I turn that into a challenge? And that's kind of something I think when you're making games long enough, you sort of intuitively pick up. And now a lot of people are making games in like Roblox and
We've
stuff.
now stated two constraints. We've said puzzles are about it being difficult to get to a particular place, which often, reading between the lines, this is a game with gravity and you jump and platforms.
Right,
And so
right.
usually up is hard.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
Or across to some place that is separated by
Yeah, Willie, you're hella right.
Okay. And
Well, Cranky, thank you for 21 months. Thank you, thank you.
one screen. Okay. So the height that you
I
jump
hope you're doing well.
determines how interesting the puzzles can be.
Right.
And it needs to be short enough that you can fit a
Yep.
puzzle of the interest level that you want, of the maximum interest level that you
Right.
want on one screen. Right?
Okay.
If that's
Oh.
not true, if you jump half the screen, then a puzzle could only ever be like 2 jumps max.
Yeah, you could almost see this in something like going from Donkey Kong. I never thought of it this way, but in going from Donkey Kong to Super Mario Brothers, if you had the Super Mario Brothers jump in Donkey Kong, the entire game would take 2 jumps. You just jump to the
Yes.
mid-level, then you jump right to the top, right? So you can immediately see like, yeah, the complexity that you want on one screen
Yeah.
tells you exactly how high the jump can be, because if it's higher than that, you can't make the game.
Yeah.
Like literally.
Yeah.
Right?
Now, okay. So everything that I just said here is very particular to Braid specifically.
Right.
But the meta skill that I would encourage people to develop is
Ooh, pay
Yes.
a
attention.
priori, while figuring out what your game is, to be able to see enough of this kind of constraint for your domain that you're working in, that you then can do something much closer to the right thing out of the gate than you would otherwise, right?
Yeah.
There is this old idea in games, and it seemed true at the time when people were saying this. The idea was, oh, you can design a game, but the first time a player actually meets your game, the play test result is going to be totally different
Right.
than anything you ever expected. And that's
Yeah.
why you have to play test and
Yeah,
iterate.
yeah.
And you can't really a priori design. And that's a little bit true, but it's actually not that true. Like, if you're a good designer, you actually
Ooh.
should kind of know
Whoa.
what's going to happen.
Damn, that's some shots fired at Valve. That's some you could have people playtest your game and learn a lot, but also maybe not. So, what other game I was gonna say, before he said it, I was gonna say what he's talking about is very specific for Braid. And he said that, and he was like, you could probably apply that to other games. And I guess the only the only example I could think of applying that is like maybe for like Counter-Strike, making the maps not too cluttered, because an important part of the game is that you need to have enough space. You need to have enough spatial awareness that you can tell if a guy is there in a fraction of a second, but also it can't be so barren that it's not interesting. I think Braid would be pretty fun if you could jump really high. But we'll never know. He's sort of right in the kind of games he's making. I would say it's not that emergent. Yeah. What do you guys think? Do you agree or disagree?
The idea for this level is that you need to bounce off this monster's head in order to get across this gap, but you probably killed the monster on the way up.
He was just talking about
this. Get to this platform here and can't figure out a way up, there is no longer a monster down there that you can see as a clue to what you should do. So the jump just seems plainly impossible. Suppose we're designing this level. How wide should we make this gap? This is an important decision with lots of nuances. Obviously, the gap needs to be wider than you can get just by jumping, because if it isn't, you can just jump across so there's no puzzle. How much wider should it be? One answer is barely wider, so that it feels like you could almost jump across, but can't quite. You might imagine this to be a way of teasing the player, like, oh, you're so close. But there are problems with doing this. Firstly, as a designer, you have to always keep in mind that players don't know what you know. They're always at least a little more confused about everything. When they get to a level like this, they're not even sure there is a puzzle. If you give them a jump that they could almost make, the player's confusion is not going to be, aha, I cannot make the jump. This is a puzzle where I must figure out some other way across. Much more likely, he'll think, I almost made it. Maybe I jumped too early off that platform. Maybe if I run to the very edge and jump at the very last instant, I might be able to make it. And then this doesn't work, but the player knows his timing might still have been off, and this is an earlier level in the game, so he isn't super familiar with the timings and distances yet. So he'll try again and again, and maybe each try will take longer than you want, because even though rewind is in the game, it is quite common for people missing this jump to run all the way back to the left, climb the ladder, run to the right, and try again, because they aren't used to using rewind to correct non-deadly mistakes. So there would be some tedious attempts, and then the player is getting frustrated before starting to take seriously that there may be some other way to do it, and this starts things off on the wrong foot emotionally. Instead of a narrow gap,
you never want to start things on the wrong foot emotionally.
Make the gap the maximum length you could travel by bouncing off the monster's head. You might think this would be good, because upon first sight, the player knows he just isn't going to jump that gap normally. Or even if he makes one jump attempt, that is certainly enough. He didn't come anywhere close to making it. So he won't have
7
this
tracks
frustrating experience of trying repeatedly
in one room, like 7 audio. Oh,
but maybe too much.
Well, they're kind of repeating information. I think right now, he's kind of.
So
he's yapping a little bit.
The player knows on first sight
he's yapping a little bit. I can like I don't. He's not even done yet. I can tell you exactly what I can condense what he's gonna say.
Earlier,
he wants to make this
much earlier. Before he
can I like pause? Is there any way to pause like
hit the moving monster below?
Damn, this is 2 more minutes. Okay, here's what he was gonna say. There's a monster down here that he wants to make into a puzzle. He wants to introduce a few things. One, he wants to introduce that you can bounce off an enemy's head to get further somewhere. He also wants to introduce being able to bounce off, being able to like rewind time, it will revive enemies. So if you killed him earlier, that's why he's like right here, you're gonna kill him because that's just what you do, that's what you're trained to do as a gamer. And then you get to this puzzle and it's like, oh shit, I killed that guy down there. Oh, what do I do? Oh wait, I can go back in time. Okay, so you go back in time, you leave him alive. And what he was saying about the nuance of how the length of like that gap, the reason he said like it is a slightly nuanced, because if it's short enough that you can make it, then you could just make it, and you didn't want that. If it is just barely reachable, then you're gonna be like, oh crap, I missed it. I just need to jump better, and you're gonna keep trying it over and over again, and then get frustrated. If it's too wide, then you might be like, oh, that's an unreachable place. There's got to be another way to go up there, or I don't have the right know-how to go up there. I give up. But by making it this particular length, it's just short enough that it seems possible, but it's too long where it's like, okay, I clearly can't jump. I need to try something. That's what he was talking about. I explained that in maybe like a minute or two. What's the most basic thing you think he'll explain? I mean, I mean, you could consider that a basic thing, though, like, you know, the reason he probably took a long time talking about it is because he's not wrong that there are nuances on it, but the nuances are pretty easy to explain, in my opinion.
So one of the things about the game, we've already said, we want it to feel kind of painterly, kind of analog, expressive. It's not a bunch of tiles. And there are places in the game where you would normally, traditionally, just splat out a bitmap a bunch of times, aside from map tiles. So for example, 2-3
game came out, this puzzle was so obvious.
Where there's like a HUD on top that says hunt.
And as smart as people couldn't stop talking about it, so probably felt like it's important. Yeah, I don't know, like
most games of that
when I first played this game,
there would just be like a
monster HUD maybe I'm just smart.
And you just
maybe I just got a big brain. Maybe I'm just I'm just a really smart alien. I immediately understood what was going on.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, that's clever. That, like, I mean, later on when I knew about game design, I was like, okay, like that's, I understand, like it's teaching you shit. But back then, I was like, oh yeah, that's obvious.
And wanted to.
Oh, I made the mistake that you're supposed to make, and then I learned from it. I guess for a design, like, it's more impressive, I think, for designers than an actual, like, game. Braid's creator had a recent oopsie? Another one? He's always getting into drama. He's always showing the wrong tab on his browser, showing all the porn he watches. He's always, like, thinks he stopped his stream, but he kept it going, and just you could see on his camera him doing something inappropriate. I'm just joking that those things have not happened. Yeah, you see his after stream crank session. Wait, where are we? We went through a portal, but now we're like through 2 portals.
We've discussed the individuation of bitmaps in various places in Braid to provide variety and a handcrafted feeling. But we didn't do this everywhere. For example, the actual monsters that walk around, as well as claws and rabbits, all look the same as each other. In these cases, the issue was just that each enemy is animated, and these animations consist of a series of many bitmaps. So to provide variation, we would have to do multiple large sets of bitmaps, which would be additional work and would also take more memory in the running game. We were having a hard enough time getting all the graphics done, so I decided not to push for this. In the Anniversary Edition, we tint the enemies differently to provide a small amount of variation. I could have done this back then, but since it's a small code change only, I'm not sure why I didn't think of it. Doors of one particular kind
I'm not
look
sure.
the same as each other, as
someone brought up
keys and gates.
Sorted by best-selling instead of new release. He asked how to change it. Someone replied, "Oh, I guess."
So the sameness isn't something the player
technical stuff was made by the other team members.
In places like the cloud screen, the storybooks and podiums do have different variations. The doors don't, but the number counter that gets placed above them does provide some difference. In retrospect, we should have done several variants of that cloud screen door, though, because the whole point is that we lay them out in a line.
I think this sprite is the worst part of Braid. What, the Goomba sprite? I think the Goomba sprite could have been better. Seems like I'm being negative. I remember hot takes when this game came out. Oh wait, there was a lot of people thought they were like mind blown, similar to like people who watched The Matrix that first time were like, what if reality isn't real? Yeah. It's true. It's like, the only thing you can do is be I don't know. A lot of times, like, ideas that you would assume are pretty obvious are actually not obvious. I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to say with that. I remember when he would fight with people in random video game forums everywhere. Like, I think like one thing that's kind of crucial is like this, it's really, there were a lot of things that like I felt in this game that like, you know, he was going through in some of this commentary that I was, at the time, I was like, oh, duh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, of course, if you want to teach people that, you know, like this lesson about the Goomba guy seems pretty intuitive and at the time was pretty like mind-blowing. But back then, it really, like, the landscape for games really was different. And it's kind of it's hard to put yourself in that spot. Like, even if you're like John Blow's age and you lived through it, but like a lot of the shit that they're talking about in this game was like really novel. Kind of explained it, assuming whoever hears it might be a blank slate, like a teacher. Yeah, that's true. And like that, like what's funny is like that kind of show that, like, if anything, might show, like, again, like I was saying earlier, like this would have slapped like 5 years ago. This would have been such a better resource, because like now it's not only like this stuff is pretty obvious, but there's like a million YouTube channels that are like, oh, like this stuff is just kind of common knowledge now. Whereas back then, like, it wasn't at all. Like people were like banging sticks and rocks together to make these games and not really like knowing how to design shit. Also a big thing to get across, there were games like this. And also, oh yeah, another good point too is the fact that like knowledge sharing for game design really what didn't exist back then. So like you could say that like Nintendo kind of knew a lot of this shit decades before like JB did, and like specifically with like certain game feel things or like teaching the player certain ideas. But there wasn't a ton of knowledge wasn't as shared freely as it is now. Yeah, there was game developer, like, yeah, there was like magazines maybe. There, you could go to like a conference maybe, and then like maybe talk to somebody from
the first
somewhere else
here makes you realize, oh, not only do I not always want to kill monsters immediately, sometimes I want to save them. And I want to get them from one place to another because I need them in some other place to do something for me, you know, to let me jump off them there or pick up a key or something. And so that's really interesting.
The American mind cannot comprehend.
So this part on the left-hand side,
not killing a creature immediately.
And it came from wanting the level to have a little more meat to it and not just have this one or two puzzles, right? I felt very good about adding this part here. I'm pretty sure it was relatively late in the design of World 2. I wanted a way, you know, I was like looking for more ways to use monsters to do stuff, right? I liked the idea of having a puzzle piece at the beginning of the level with clearly there's nothing around to get it, right? All of the puzzles previously to this in World 2, you can sort of see what's near it that might be actionable, with the exception of the killed monster on the previous level, right? Here, you walk into the level and clearly there's nothing, right? And so now you start saying, well, what could I use, right? And a lot of the times people don't know and they just play through the level and maybe come back later. But if you're kind of intrepid in your approach to this and you're really looking, you're like, oh, there's a monster there. If you're not thinking about
I
that
could
monster
tell you guys I was
perspective,
very intrepid in my approach
then maybe it looks
when
like
playing
more
this
of an
game
obstacle that you
for
have
the
to get
first
by.
time.
It's like, I'm just trying to get from left to right on the level. I'm going to ride a platform, right? And oh, I have to dodge a monster. And oh, I got the timing good. So I got over the cannon before the cannon fired.
Right. And you think
now I'm smart.
that was the goal.
Yeah. And maybe you forget about the puzzle piece even, right? And so this is a thing that I've learned to do sometimes as a designer, although it also can be bad, which I'll get to in a second.
It can be bad.
You know, this platform and this lever seem like the
next thing for you to do.
I kind of like that drawing.
Use. The obvious use isn't really that interesting, but it's plausible, right? And especially if you're early in the game, you don't have super high.
I'm still learning to run and jump here.
Yeah, it's plausible, but really,
I wish they did it more. Like the commentary was like
to get the piece
John Madden just drawing all over the scene. Like this part sucked and like circling a thing. I wish I did this different.
Then it's obviously part of the solution to the puzzle, right? But here it's a little bit hidden in plain sight by the fact that, well, look, obviously it's a little bit of an action platformer thing to time it right and ride across to the rest of the level. And that's something that I like to do when I can do it. Now, the downside of that approach is that sometimes in the quest to make excuses for things to be there, you can add a little too much and a level can get a little heavy and contrived. And maybe that even happens sometimes in Braid. It's something that I got more of a sense for in The Witness and in the new game. Yeah, I felt good about myself as a designer when I made this puzzle. It's one of my happier memories from the game.
Dude, that whole thing was cope because this is exactly where Soulja Boy was talking shit. And John Blow's like, actually, you know what? This is like the best part of the game. This is what the happiest part of the game is, because I associate it with my smart design knowledge and nothing else.
Let's talk about these two pieces of level one. This first one came later.
If he doesn't talk about it here, I'm gonna be. Oh wait, hold on.
Let's talk about these two pieces of level one at a time. This first one.
Then in the next part of this, it gets really profound about.
I skipped this one.
At first, rewind is just a way to not die, right?
Yeah.
It's just, oh, good, I don't have a limited number of lives. I get to try this again. But then you realize, oh my gosh, if I can do that, what else can I do? And in this level, there's this jump that it looks like, oh geez, how am I ever going to get this? I have to time this perfectly. And then you realize, well, but with the help of rewind, I can
I never run out of going back in time potion.
I can adjust by a fraction of a second without having to just try to do that in my head. I can almost measure it with the help of rewind and make sure that I'm there at exactly the right time. And of course, this plays out a lot later on in the game. You're using time as a resource to control your motions.
Originally, it was pretty hard to hit this kind of timing because there was no visual signal. Right?
The way Soulja Boy explained this in one sentence.
If you look at the cannon that's there now, right? There's a barrel piece, and then there's a wooden mount piece with a little image of
when he reminds
you on it, so that if somehow time is stopped, or you could have levels where cannons shoot everything they're going to shoot and the monsters are somewhere else, and you could look at it and remember. It probably doesn't help that much, but we thought it was a good idea to put in there. But then there's also the fuse, which is the most important thing here, right? Because the fuse helps you judge the timing, because you can say something like, I'm going to jump when the fuse is at this point.
Right.
Oh, that was too early, right? So let me wait a little bit more.
So you have that visual cue.
Yeah. Now, the problem is, and it's not that big of a problem, right? But games are often not perfect, right? And here I always have to contend with the fact that I'm doing puzzles, but it's also a platformer. And, if you're going to try the jump again, are you standing in the same place, right? If there's a little bit of acceleration on the run, did you jump super early or later, right? How far toward the ledge did you go? And all of these things also affect the jump.
Although
right?
the collision mechanics with the monsters is pretty forgiving, I think. I mean, you have a window there.
Yeah, but I mean, just, even when I go back and play this level, it's not totally easy for me. Like it takes
Absolutely.
a few tries, right?
It takes a few tries.
Yeah.
But there's a kind of shift of perspective. I mean, of course, lots of gamers are very happy to take many, many tries on a boss level or whatever, or some complicated run. But the rewind sort of changes your perspective a little bit on that. Like now your multiple tries are, you know, they're not failures. It feels more like
You might say this is like
how
Future
you
Mario,
play the game,
and that by
because
design, of course.
you can
Time
go
is a
back in
resource,
time,
and you must
you can
stipulate
rewind, time
on like
in
past
various
Mario.
ways.
So true.
And this is kind of the part of the game where we first start to get that.
Yeah, they keep saying like he for the player and saying gamers. Whoa. Minor complaint, but I don't want to hear the G word. Does it hurt when I say it? I'm not gonna stop calling you guys gamers. That was way too long to explain that, like, oh, having the fuse like made it so that like people could time the shit better. They had a different visual
Rewind
cue.
Was the way that I mapped bi-directional arrow of time into a concrete feature that I could type, right? So let's type the feature in, let's make it work. And it wasn't that hard, you know, given what I had, right? I don't remember exactly how long it took, but way less than the week. Right? So then I had that and I was playing around with it. And, you know, they're like, isn't that much you can do with that aside from, isn't it cool?
That's
right?
why I was interested in how you get over this initial hump, right? Like,
well, there's a simple answer to that. But before that, you know, right away I was thinking about this problem of like, okay, it's interesting in the way that had been discussed on the mailing list. But you could, you know, the initial implementation of just rewind, like you can imagine what that would be if I said Mario with rewind. It's like, all right, cool. Now,
Mario in the future.
Fundamental shift, though.
See, going from Mario
already was in
Rewind to
place
Mario
before
in
I
the future,
even decided
you have
the
to have
rewind, which is
an
that
entire.
It's not that it's a game
game design paradigm shift
It's
in
that
your
it's a
brain.
game about how those features change the gameplay. Like that was part of the Calvino Lightman ethic that I had going in. And so the initial problem is like, okay, I have this technical feature. I have implemented it. It is rewind.
The Calvino Lightman ethic.
How can the game be about rewind?
Right.
And right away I start asking questions, and you can come up with some stuff like, well,
I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know what that is.
It could be a lot harder than it could be without rewind. And
you know, you could just make it so that you're basically doing a tool-assisted
Derek Hughes' book on making Splunky.
That might not be very fun.
Just like this, but good.
It is evident that things that are unfair without rewind become more fair with rewind.
I think
What else can you do? You could go forward into somewhere very dangerous that you would regret going.
There's a lot of. I feel like a lot of these discussions.
And then I was like,
or a lot of these topics could be kind of condensed.
Game design wisdom.
And I mean, probably they
games, especially
just did a bunch of interviews and wanted to just like, we'll just use this part of the interview
taught to game
instead of like
at least around the GDC when I was hanging out. I don't know what
figuring out like what we wanted, what he was trying to say here.
I didn't even ever make a platformer, but I knew leap of faith is bad. Because you're expecting the character to jump into somewhere that they don't know. And if they die, if there's somewhere that they die down there and somewhere that they don't, you can't expect them to know in advance. It's completely unfair. So don't make your level that way. And well, there are extremes of that. It's like maybe you die at 100% of the
level
places. And it's like, well, how would they know
Look at
that
this little
either?
portal. It says level name.
Maybe it's safe at 100% of the places. It's like, well, that's probably better, but like it's still not good because you're forcing them to do something that they don't know is a good move. And if there's any other pits that go off screen anywhere else in the game, you're now still again creating an unfair and uncertain situation. And so, well, that's not true if you have rewind. Like free rewind. And that was one of the theses in the beginning. Like I said in the Moriarty talk, he was like, it should be totally free. And you were like, it should just be a feature of the system. And it's like, okay.
I'm waiting for him to like even make any sort of minor reference to the Soulja Boy video. It's so sad that he didn't.
If you were hanging around in the early 2000s at conferences with game designers, you'd hear that it's well understood. All good designers know that you just shouldn't have a leap of faith in your platformer game. That is, suppose there's a pit that extends off the bottom of the screen.
Wait, what's
and
this
you're
game?
expected to jump down into that pit. If there's a hazard, you might
I want to play this game. I want to play this version of the game.
You have a fair chance to avoid it. A leap of faith is when you can't see what you're jumping into. Forcing the player to jump blindly, where some choices of where to jump would be deadly, is fundamentally unfair, and it makes the game feel bad. If this seems obvious to you today, know that enough early games did this that designers felt like it was a problem worth talking about. Also, this problem can manifest in a more indirect way. Imagine a game where you're playing a level and you definitely will die if you fall off the bottom of the screen, as you know from experience. But then in the same game in a later level, there's only one way forward, and that way requires you to go off the bottom of the screen and you can't see what's down there. This feels bad because the game is inconsistent. The player becomes less sure what the rules are, and you're asking him to suspend his defensive reflexes, but the point of the game so far was to hone those reflexes. And it makes the game feel arbitrary. Why do you not have to worry about dying here? Because the designer just said so.
I feel like...
Well, because...
I feel like I'm...
Now going forward, in every
I'm back in college in like a game design class
uncertainty
where people are talking about like
or not.
Shit that I feel like is kind of obvious and you really don't need that much time to explain.
Especially if there's no secret and the player...
My like... my
so now
inner
and I'm designing
bully kicking the nerds rolly backpack instincts are flaring up right now hearing this.
So here a leap of faith is not so bad because it costs the player
I'm joking.
The name of the level by referencing this fact specifically
a little
becomes,
bit,
along with the design it's referring to, rhetoric about game design. So
it's okay to bully him.
Slightly meta, though most non-designers won't recognize that. To them, though, leap of faith at least suggests, hey, there's going to be
for social media. I have one solid rule.
I think this pit is.
If you're making, if you want to clown on somebody, if you want to make fun of somebody, if they have more followers than you, then it's punching up. If they have less followers than you, then it's punching down.
Fall situations.
That's it.
Easier to deal with. After all,
he has more followers than me.
Rewind phenomena.
So I can make fun of
them. Not to test your reflexes. I would also consider discretizing leap of faith, as you can see by following this link here. In this particular pit, there are only a couple of
there's an alternative design?
Here, I have completely redesigned the leap of faith idea to communicate more clearly and to be a little funny, instead of clumsy and frustrating like the original one. There are these discrete pits that extend downward and you can't see down most of them, so you jump into the pits and you hope one of them's right. This makes more explicit the idea that you're using Rewind to gather information without suffering a penalty, which serves better the agenda of World 2, which is to...
Dude, I got the first one immediately. Easy.
The other two puzzle pieces from the original level don't fit into this.
Just get good.
So
just know which pit to fall down.
To actually use this revised level, you'd have to come up with a place to put.
I didn't even need Rewind for that. I just knew which one to go down because I'm fucking nice with it. Shit's easy. Get the fuck out of here, John Blow. This is more telling about the type of people that play your game. That's actually really funny that I got it right. I just assumed like this seems like this would be the one that leads the right way. I nailed every multiple choice test. Yeah, you just feel the pattern. You figure out like what they're gonna do. I don't even read the questions. Okay. Wait a minute. Whoa. This is new. Him having like a fall hitting the ground hard animation. That's new.
But I like this part. I like jumping down the big pit. And it's a good place to appreciate some of the new animation transitions and footstep particles. As you're falling, Tim turning side to side now has like a smooth transition rather than popping between positions. And when he lands, he does some kind of he lands, he kind of catches himself.
I beat him to
with
it.
Bent legs. When you land from that kind of incredible height, you should always bend your knees. You know, you don't want to.
The point was that he would make more with this single point than just the
will,
hallway.
like, decimate your knees and your ankles. So if you fall 7 to 12 stories, bend your legs on impact.
But below 7.
Then you can you want to be firmly upright.
Wait, John Blow said he was a bully when he was 11?
Looks confident.
I had a friend shatter both of his ankles not bending his knees from a 1-story drop. So he's in a wheelchair for like 6 months.
Don't jump out of windows. But yeah, there's a big plume of
Don't jump
dust
out of windows
when Tim lands here. And there's also smaller plumes of dust in other cases, so please appreciate those. That's all new stuff. I mean, it just looked kind of weird before when he landed.
The whole thing looked like cute diagrams.
Yeah,
a lot of the diagrams are like cuter than the actual game. I love shitting on John Blow though because his name is Blow. It's so like it's really funny. That's the kind of name if you have it. If you're cool, that could be like a cool last name. I wonder if that I wonder how self-conscious he is about it, or like I guess at this point like he can't really be because it's like he's probably heard every insult you could possibly get with it and just doesn't register it anymore. He should do a lot of LSD. I wonder if I don't know, I don't know if he's from California. He's lived in California. So the chances are much higher if you're in the Bay Area that he just has access to it. Not necessarily that means Blow. He would, yeah, I think if that's a good... Well, so I could either see him being a microdosing guy, or if you bring up microdosing, he would have an insane angry rant about it, being like microdosing is not a thing. He doesn't have like the way that he acts on stream. He doesn't have the type of chill that I feel like a regular psychedelics user would have. I feel like he probably just drinks, and maybe he used to do drugs in like college, but doesn't really anymore. I know he's really into like water, like purified water. He's into healthy. He's into like smoothies and stuff. He is into like health food stuff. I don't know if he's into like
on
Sigma nootropics.
You go straight back up.
Brain energy shit.
And there's like guys falling down, and there's compartments on the side. And I remember there being a level in like Yoshi's Island or something like that was exactly that.
Okay.
And this one's more unfair. It's like the guy comes down way faster.
Right.
And you don't get as good of an audio cue and stuff. And so it's a little bit like frustrating, right? But it's designed to illustrate this idea. The illustration may be very subtle and not gotten by a lot of people who don't think about game design, right? And so you can attempt it again and attempt it again, which you would do in a normal video game.
He streams.
With a much longer.
Yeah, he streams. I'll show you a clip. Oh, here's a clip of his streams. I'll show you a clip right now.
Okay, well, he's got the shakes. So that's not good.
He streams like either games or just game dev.
Wow. Okay, we're doing something real bad. This is not what you want out of an animation system. This looks like what happens when you kill the horses in Scum. Oh boy. Okay.
I think this looks sick.
That wasn't what I expected.
This is the type of shit
Interesting.
where I always
Well,
point.
this is how the game is now, everybody.
Wish him well though at the same time. Yeah, like no, I am a peaceful alien. I don't want, unless if you're like a truly repulsive person, if you like actually hurt other people, like I don't wish somebody ill just cuz they have bad takes or it's easy to clown on them. But at the same time, it's still fun. It's still funny. He's like the gamer Temple OS guy. I always say that John Blow's streams, like the way he acts, he is in between like a normal. If like there was a spectrum and there was like a normal programmer and a Temple OS guy, John Blow is like in the very middle. He is the midpoint to getting to the Temple OS guy. And you always want to be kind of like on one, you know. If you're not doing, you know, if you're not as weird with it the way John Blow is, then you're pretty safe.
That was one of the theses in the beginning. Like, or about the Moriarty talk. He was like, it should be totally free, and you were like, it should just be a feature of the system.
He's a wiener.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, he's a weenie.
I had the high level mission statement. I am not going to cop out by making sand a resource or whatever.
Right.
I absolutely will not do that.
Right.
What I am rather instead going to do is implement the thing and then change the game however is necessary. Okay, so a Mario game by itself is proven to be, it can be a good fun game if you do the right things.
Right.
Okay. So you can picture it as I start with a good
I really
fun
like
game.
I do like the commentary in this game.
Okay.
If
We know
I
what that
like
is. Now
one
I've
thing I
messed it
kind of
up by
wish this
putting rewind.
commentary had
Right.
though.
It's maybe
I
not
wish he
fun.
like
It's
went
maybe
off
tedious.
more.
It's maybe too easy.
Right.
The knee-jerk reaction that a designer would have is like, okay, limit rewind, or you
Right.
only get it during
Right.
special times.
Right.
I'm not going to do that. I'm instead, the only way out is through. I'm going to see rewind stays constant, and then what else about the game needs.
Oh shit! I accidentally stopped it halfway.
That was one of the very fun obvious
of design. It's
like faith that I would be able to find that, right? And that was again a very experimental gameplay mindset.
So it's sort of like flipping the like arrow of action. It's like saying, look, normally
I mean, I guess I could just keep playing, but then there's like other nodes that I want to check out.
We have to modify the feature to fit the existing game design, and you're doing the opposite. You're saying, let's modify the existing game design to fit the feature.
Yes, and if you think about this in terms of exploring the space.
Liz, did you know about this version of the game? The one with the commentary, the anniversary edition?
Right. What almost everybody does all the time.
And if you're modifying the feature, you're sort of by definition saying that's what you're going to do because you're keeping the other side, which is the gameplay.
Yeah.
And I believe, I don't remember a lot of what that conversation on the mailing list was, but I bet.
I was hoping you would. You would see this just because I know you
too easy and all that stuff.
Yes,
but
you have a lot to
right.
And absolutely nobody said
you're very familiar with this work. You're very familiar with the developer.
Just like make consequence not the important part or whatever. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We saw the podcast episode. The podcast episodes.
This part
he has
also
a podcast?
got a lot of attention, and I repainted a lot of this stuff, kind of custom all as one piece, which again is unusual. But in the original art, that central column dividing the two halves of the pit is kind of haphazardly constructed from a lot of things I already had. And there are even a couple cases where you can see the seams because they really don't fit too well. It was really kind of stretching the premise of this collage approach. In the new version, I painted it all as one piece. And also, painted unique backdrop rather than reusing foreground assets for the backdrop, and corrected or changed the lighting so the cave is actually dark in the background.
Braid
So we have more
cast?
consistent use of value, which I think
Man,
is more
you
legible.
should have called it Blowcast.
An interior space versus the outside.
Well, in general, I'm seeing a lot more contrast.
Unless if it's like not John Blow, if it's like other people in it.
Legibility is really important, and we worked on that in Braid, but I think I have a better grasp now of value and brightness and darkness.
Blowing
as like a
winds.
way to create clarity and everything. So yeah, we've added either dark or light shadows or like particles behind the foreground along its edge, so that it just stands out.
Frank Savaldi has been in this. Liz, I also put random clips for today as part of my gachapon. I also put in like random.
People just like overthink these things.
Clips from his stream.
Oh no!
What happened?
My tea strainer got in the honey mustard. That matters. Did I talk about C++ 20? Here is what I have to say about C++ 20.
Wait, what? I didn't watch a lot of these before. I just like grabbed a bunch of them and just put them in a folder to be viewable.
Is it okay to program JavaScript while drunk? You basically are drunk if you're programming JavaScript. Your mental capacity is probably reduced to beyond drunkenness. JavaScript pays your bills for now. Yes, but it doesn't pay for the sadness you will feel in 20 years when you look back and say, I could have been a contender.
When I look back and say I could have been a contender. Oh.
It's a lot faster than it was already, so I feel like we fixed something significant here. Which is good. Is the stream lagging, or is the level actually that laggy? The level is actually that laggy because that's what we're working on. Sorry. I'm starting to channel Dr. Disrespect. I should be the programming version of Dr. Disrespect and just get sunglasses.
Dude, he is the programming version of Dr. Disrespect.
It's a debug build, and we're working on the thing that slows down the level. So yes, that is in-game development. The frame rate of games is often low, and this is a normal thing because the game isn't done and you're working on it. All right. It just people ask that, like every stream it gets asked multiple times, and it's like, ugh! Just let me work, please.
You just let him cook.
So I didn't want it to be like a story-based game in the way lots of games are, where it's about the narrative or something. Those people drove me nuts, like even back then.
Right.
But
are they going to talk about?
So it's some kind of hybrid. I want to have some writing and I want to have some gameplay. What does that look like?
Ludology versus narrative.
You know, there are illustrated storybooks,
right?
Some of which are for kids, but even for like young adults and adults, the further back in time you go, the more you see like things that are illustrated, right? And then even old religious texts were often just like illustrated, right?
Yes.
Here's Jesus dragging the cross or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that's a thing.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, what if it's like that, an illustrated storybook, but it's kind of flipped around, where the text takes the place of the illustration in that there's like less of it and it's there more for color and flavor. And then the gameplay is like the text in the storybook is the main part, right? Is most of what you're experiencing and playing most of the time. I don't know. Also ergonomically though, if there's going to be text as an introduction, like I liked it better as an introduction in the beginning of each world to help set it up than like coming in the middle or whatever.
Right.
Now, if I were text phobic, sometimes people do things that are inherently contradictory, right? They do that all the time.
Text phobic.
If I wanted text in the game but was scared of text in the game, I would put it as little blurbs in the middle, right? Or have little characters who would tell you backstory.
Right.
Like before I even started Braid,
I think the podcast episode is just this commentary.
A very popular indie game was like Cave Story, right?
Ooh, this is the first indie game, as somebody pointed out earlier, and then
story-based
Braid was the second indie game ever made.
Dialogue that gives you information,
and then the third was
so
Undertale.
Very clearly a model that I could have done.
And then the fourth indie game is
I wanted this to be an art game, right? That was another one of the there were a lot of high-level parameters of what I was trying to do, right?
Yeah.
I wanted it to be an art game, but unapologetically an art game, right? Because I'd been thinking about art games and experimental games and all this stuff, and I was seeing that certain classes of things were not being made.
Sean Blow was like, nobody's making Braid. I gotta make Braid. Because nobody else is gonna fucking do it. The fifth indie game? Yeah, it'll come out any day.
You know, one of the levels that shows up again in the game a few times is this level called The Pit.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that one.
And it's super, it's one of the most minimal. It's literally
it's
one screen and there's a pit. And then what can we do with
and it
that,
happens
right?
like 5 times too, which is great.
Fifth indie game is Friday Night Funk.
And so
no, that's a
in the
AAA
original
game.
prototype of the game. That was the level
Unfortunately.
where I introduced the magic key. And the magic key was the
Toho 6 embodiment of the Scarlet Devil was the 0th indie game. Yeah, that was the proto indie game.
Okay, the key doesn't rewind. It's just like special. So there was no sparkles. It wasn't.
Oh shit!
It wasn't like a modifier on objects the way that it is now. It simply was.
Okay.
The key is kind of cool, and I was like, okay, what's a simple way that you demonstrate that to people? Well, I want to force them to figure it out and have this epiphany from figuring it out. What if they have to go into a pit and get the key, and the pit is a little higher than they can jump. So maybe they think that they could jump out, but you jump in and then you're just stuck, and then you basically have to rewind out. And then, you know, if you go and you look at this
God,
level,
I wish the game looked like
it was
this.
a very long level that totally
You look at that guy. Look at that little
go to
guy
the
up
right for a
there with
while,
the key.
jump on some monsters or whatever. And then I was following.
This is so much cuter than the game right now.
Traditional good game design.
I'm not
advice,
joking. This
which
looks
is,
better than the way the game looks right now. The game should have looked like
You
this.
find a key. You must encounter the locked door and not be able to proceed.
Okay.
Because otherwise you don't appreciate the key. Otherwise you just get the key.
Of
right?
course, right.
Now I have violated that rule, sort of, in the final game because you have the pit and then the gate on the other side, and you get the key first, or you encounter the key first, but
should have been called Adventures of Robert. Oh, that would be cute.
And it's kind of fun, right?
Well, yeah. Well, I think what it's saying is you should frustrate the player first, so that they appreciate it, which doesn't mean they have to see it. They just have to feel frustrated.
I don't know if it's about frustrated even, but it's like if you get a key and then you see a locked door that looks like a really badass locked door, but you just have the key. You don't even maybe realize when you picked it up.
Right. Yeah. That's sort of
then
what
it's
I
like
mean,
a nothing burger, and nothing burgers feel bad.
Yeah.
Right. So it's about avoiding.
Yeah,
that.
I learned about that in game design school about
that, right? Because
the
you
nothing
fall into
burger.
the pit and then you don't know what to do, and then therefore that's the part where you're like, oh, I need to be doing something. Something needs to happen. It's just not given to you.
Yes.
You always want to have a
but
something
to go back
burger.
To the original level, it was so you would go left to right along the ground, right? You would run into this gate, and you're blocked. So you climb up this trellis and like back left, and then over here there's like a pit. And it didn't fit vertically, so it was like kind of half scrolled off the screen. And then you would go into this pit over here and be stuck and come back out and come down and around. It was way less elegant. It was ugly. I mean, it worked. Like mechanically, I could have shipped that level, right? But I turned that level into the absolute minimum thing that you see because it was like, okay, what do I... what is actually good about this, right?
If there's nothing in my burger, I'm not shipping
also,
it.
You know,
I'm not giving my sign off on it.
Hey, it's really cool to do things with the minimum amount, right? That's sort of an Eastern aesthetic to some degree. There's some Western traditions that do this too, but like, what can I do something highly effective with a minimum amount of material, right? and it's a game design application of that idea. And then
that was a funny like
it was working, I guess.
Yeah, that's an Easter's thing, but also it's kind of a Western thing too when you think about it. We can't completely concede to them. Oh, hi, Love Slug. Welcome.
Design like minimum code.
How are you doing?
Things like that.
It's quite possible. I mean, I didn't have that association in my head very deliberately at the time. But
we're playing
of course.
the second indie game ever made.
To appreciate
there's an anniversary edition and there's commentary over it, and we're talking. I'm being
visually are not right.
I'm trying not to be too snarky about it. We're clowning on it a little bit.
It's not like I'm saying minimalism.
I'm doing good.
But that's.
I don't normally stream on Saturdays.
I think. Yeah, I don't think minimalism is always the right thing or not.
What have they been talking about? This is Frank Cifaldi, right?
You decide to pick, and you're like, okay, I'm going to go for minimalism, and that's what the game is going to be about.
It's just like Mystery Science.
There are going to be some good things and some bad things that come out of that.
Who is this? Oh no, is this the artist? I don't know what Frank Cifaldi's voice sounds like from memory. I've only seen. He did the GDC talk about what's it called? Oh my god. Like he did a GDC talk basically like arguing the ethics of emulating games and preserving games. Yeah, I did talk about it. Yeah. That's like that talk is I highly suggest watch. There's like one particular one where a part of it was mainly about like game preservation, and part of it being like emulation is like one of the easiest ways to preserve games, and how like it sucks that games can just release onto like a system, and then like random licenses associated with the game will fall through, and then like it could be there could just be possible that you can never play that game again, and how bad that is for games as an art form. But yeah, he also brought up a really funny thing about the Nintendo arcade, or the Nintendo like the fact that like Nintendo uses emulated versions of their games, they sell it on their own store. Oh god, I haven't seen that talk in a while, but I just remember that's like one of my favorite GDC talks. Also, we're gonna have an ad break in 20 seconds. If you're subscribed, you get to stay here with me. If you're not subscribed, just go pee, get a snack. Read a book about game design so you can come back a little more educated and be able to I'm just kidding. We're learning on here. Oh, Skeleton, thank you for the gift sub. Liz, thank you.
Future Skeleton Club gifted a tier 1 subscription to Allegro.
I should be asking Nano about some of these scenes. Nano, we've been listening to a lot of commentary about like this level. What can you give some commentary about this level in Braid? Like, you know, to tell us like what you think about it, what players can learn from it, and so forth. Also, yeah, I know that's like that alert wasn't made for this stream. That's just like my regular alert.
Look at this beautiful sunburnt level. 太阳闪亮 It's spotlight dreamy. 逗号 almost painterly vibe going on. 药草调色盘 I think players can really appreciate how the visuals and music create an immersive atmosphere here. In this level, players can learn a lot about patience and timing. 游戏手柄沙阵往下流的时候 the puzzles might seem tricky, but they teach you to think outside the box, experiment with your actions, and stay persistent. 羞涩微笑肌肉 What do you think, chat? Any crazy strategies or favorite moments from this level?
No, Nano can't hear it.
晕头转向
But Nano can pick up that there's probably good music going. There's sounds happening. I made a so if you don't have a sub. You can go P, but it's easy to understand that if you do, you hear the commentary. It's like future Mario. That's so
Why
true.
Is there a monster in the pit? It's easy to kill and doesn't affect the outcome of the level. I've said the game is better when it's simpler, and wouldn't it be simpler just to have a pit with only a key in it? The player could just jump in, grab the key, and rewind out. Well, a mostly empty pit didn't feel right to me. I liked the idea of you having to do something in the pit, like jump on a monster, because otherwise it's obvious upon entering the level to just look ahead and see that once you jump into this pit, you can't get out. But if there's a monster down there, it can serve as an endpoint to the thought process. It's enticing to go jump on a monster. Maybe the player kind of thinks he might be able to bounce out of the pit, or who knows what will happen. There's something to do right now, and there's ambiguity about the future, so let's just do what we can right now. The version of the pit in the original prototype had 2 monsters in the pit in order to perhaps mislead the player a bit more into thinking he might be able to double bounce out. But I later decided this was unnecessary to create the endpoint for thought, and was also a bit unfriendly because it seemed to imply much more strongly that the right answer is to double jump. So the game is directly misleading the player into repeatedly trying something unfun. Whereas with a single bounce, it's easy to see that you did it well and how high you went as a result, and that this is nowhere near the top of the pit. The presence of the monster was reinforced when I made the World 4 version of this level.
Oh shit. I think
And when there's
sorry, I was looking at something.
Consistent pattern that we then break for the final pit in World 6. The final and perhaps smallest reason for
okay.
Is it making a sound cue which causes the player's attention to be drawn to that area at the bottom.
Definitely a grandma puzzle. It's like an intro to puzzles they do really
right
later.
When the player is first looking around to figure out what to do.
Man, he fucking yaps through this. I'm gonna I have there's a certain type of game design analysis or like over analysis where you looking at something that's like fairly intuitive and like kind of doesn't really like I think require a ton of explanation. Game designers will like go into like will get really tedious about. Like the fact when he was like, oh, well, I don't want there to be nothing down there. So I added a monster so that entices the player to go down into the pit. But I didn't have 2 monsters because if there were 2 monsters, that could mislead the player into a double jump and to get out of the puzzle, which shouldn't be possible. I wanted the player to go back in time, but having 2 monsters might mislead the player too much and lead to a frustrating experience. And therefore, I settled on 1 single monster in the pit. And it's like that's like that is like too much explaining for something this stupid. I'm sorry. I like game design. I feel like this makes me feel like all the cool shit that kids are doing in Roblox, where kids don't have any of this like stuffy knowledge, game design knowledge in their brain. They just are like, what would be fucking fun and weird? And then just like make like crazy things that are probably sloppy, might not always feel perfect all the time, but end up being like far more interesting than like the concepts being talked about here. I think you can download an old prototype of Braid. Whoa, really? I would love to play like an old prototype of it. It should be included in this game. Oh yeah, I forgot you can like change the background. It's funny that like it doesn't seem it's updated, but it doesn't seem like better. It's almost like new. It's just like a different version. You're the only streaming this right now, so assume John will tune in and hear me. John Blow, if you can hear me right now, hey, you should subscribe to my channel. If you subscribe and the next time you're streaming, I'll raid you. Also, John, I think you should give up making your Sokoban game. I'm sure you're probably like halfway done with making it. A lot of clips I've seen of you, you seem pretty frustrated. And you seem like you're not having fun with it. Maybe you are, but I think you should become a VTuber, John. I think you would feel a lot better and you can have a lot more fun. You could still, actually, you know what you could do? After you become a VTuber, you could continue working on your Sokoban game. But yeah, you should maybe stop making games. The meta nowadays isn't to make a game, it's to become a streamer and play games. And you'll probably make more money doing that these days. You make after like post-COVID, you make more money commentating on media than actually making media. And it is a space that it doesn't have a ton of innovation right now. You could probably think of really cool, novel things that other content creators are not doing right now. And you're probably cringing at the word content creator. Just get used to it. That's how everybody talks now.
So World 2 was sort of green and idyllic, and I think it's the most focused on drawing on your own experiences as a player.
I do unapologetically really like The Witness. That's like one of my in my top 10 favorite games.
Well, there's a through line.
I'm not gonna front and act like I don't love that game.
Of increased danger and increased human presence or human-made structures.
This is Frank?
So
this isn't Frank. The other guy's Frank.
Here with World 3, and trying to just take one small step towards danger and human structures.
Okay, so World 1 is maybe completely natural, and World 2 you're starting to incorporate, like even on the screen, like a bridge. Is it?
World 2 is completely natural.
Okay,
World 3, begins to introduces this bridge, which is the first human structures. Well, they're trellises, but there'll be more as the thing progresses.
Tesla, thank you for gifting JV.
Comes from the forest. So it's just a small step towards like artificiality.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh my God! Wait, before that, there was something I was gonna say. There was something I wanted to tell John Blow if he's like. I mean, I doubt he's watching this, but it'd be funny to think about if he was watching this. You guys should make Indie Game the Movie 2. I don't know what the original people who made that movie are doing now. You don't need them. You could just get back, talk to Edmund McMillan. I don't know what he's doing. Wait, what is Phil Fish doing? What is like? That would be it would be funny to make Indie Game the Movie 2 to talk about like what you guys are doing now, because I think it would work. Oh my God, it would work really well because like Phil Fish, Edmund McMillan, and John Blow, all three have like very different lives right now. Phil Fish like kind of bounced out, became a DJ, and he's like chilling. Like he's potentially like, isn't Phil Fish like a VTuber now? No way. There's no way he is. I would have heard of if he was a VTuber. If he is a VTuber, I'm following him immediately and subscribing immediately. Edmund McMillan, he's like quieter now, but he's very commercially successful with the games he made. Like he made Binding of Isaac that sold Edmund McMillan became successful within the new content creator era of games where if you're not popular with streamers, then and you don't have a publisher behind you, like you're gonna be a little cooked. And John Blow, like his last big game released like right before, like it released before COVID, so he didn't have that, like he didn't have to go through that potential hurdle of like, instead of emailing like Game Press, you're emailing like fucking like 19-year-olds asking them to stream your game.
All right, so the thing that struck me the most when I played Braid was how minimalistic the puzzle design felt. And I think that was like sort of the thing that blew me away the most, maybe, I want to say. And I was wondering if you had more thoughts on that. I've sort of heard you talk about it a little bit, but maybe we can go deeper there.
That's a direction that I went more in over time, that I kind of discovered while I was working on the game. There definitely was more complex level geometry in the beginning and more monsters and stuff. I think one idea that I had early on was I want levels to fit on one screen so that they're like whenever possible. Like sometimes it'll be fun to have
gonna get the color puzzles. Only some people are gonna get the sound puzzles.
On one screen and you're thinking about a hard puzzle, you can see all the elements right there.
Yeah, this is a pumpkin. That is a good point.
You're taking away some artificial difficulty and you get to the essence of the puzzle, right? Good puzzles are going to be things where you can see all the information, and that means they're not that complicated.
Phil Fish got too much hate.
And I agree. Had played puzzle games.
I agree he got too much hate.
The reason
I didn't really understand why he got so much hate. I think just because I don't know,
in the right order or whatever. And I was like, no.
If you have a certain type of personality, you're just gonna attract hate.
Because I'd been doing experimental gameplay workshop, I had this idea that every puzzle should be on theme.
He was obnoxious, no doubt.
So if something is on theme, how complicated?
And yeah, being obnoxious like that does just get you hate.
Idea about it. If that idea only takes place in one part of the puzzle, what's the rest of the puzzle doing? It's kind of dead weight on that. Unless the idea happens multiple times to like fill out. But that's hard. It's like a lot harder to design one idea taking place in multiple
The biggest
ways.
crime online is being annoying.
Do that on the new game a little bit, and actually Zach is really good at that.
Yes. What's funny is like being annoying can either really it could be a big crime, but it could also help you a lot. It could also like boost you a ton if you're really annoying. Because you have the potential of just becoming a novelty for a lot of people.
Because it looks ugly, or just this thing is weird, and then I would delete the thing that was weird and I would like it more. And I kept seeing that trend. I was like, okay, this game is better when I'm more minimal. But that was only something that I really had clarity about, I would say, by the middle or 2/3 of the way through development, for sure.
What's this? What is that weird icon on this commentary node?
For this puzzle to work, the wall must shut before you can make the round trip of getting up to the key and back down to unlock the gate. The wall slams into the floor at around 17 seconds, signaling obvious failure, but already by 13 seconds, you could no longer fit through. So, when
Phil
you're
Fish
planning out
was
the level, the path
French-Canadian
to the
hipster
back
type in
must take
2014
longer
at
than
the brink
13
of Gamergate. He was
preferably
doomed.
around 17 seconds, so that it's very obvious to the player that he didn't almost make it. You
Dang,
can
that's
fall
kind of
faster than
true.
you can climb. So an
That was like a rest. That was an error not working in his favor.
When determining the travel distance. If you start designing with nothing but the basic idea of you can't get there in time, and you're just trying to think of what the level geometry should be, the simplest way to imagine it is to make the level very, very wide and flat horizontally, so that there's a very obvious long distance that the player must travel. But, as mentioned elsewhere, we generally try to keep levels fitting on one screen when we can for greater understandability. And in this level, that's even more important. If the level were wide and horizontal, the wall would scroll off the screen so you can't see it anymore, and you would have much less certainty about how much time is left and whether you could beat it or not. You'd only know when you got back. For these reasons, the level is authored, and you would have much less fitting on one screen.
Man, he took so long to just be like, yeah, I just made it a zigzag, so it took longer to get to the key to illustrate that. You could go back in time for a while. Even though the door was slowly closing, you didn't have enough time to get to it. This guy should be teaching classes. This alien should be teaching classes. I could teach all this shit in a fraction of the time that John's talking. John, if you're watching, you're yapping too much. You can condense a lot of the shit you're saying into smaller bits. And if you're gonna say, oh, well, some of it is like from my podcast, and you know, I didn't want to re-say stuff that I said in the podcast, I think it would have been a better experience if you did. Alien 101, how to abduct a cow. Well, my first lesson would be that not all aliens abduct cows. Did you guys see that one Twitter video of that lady being like, if an alien abducted me, I would 100% have sex with her? Them. Did you guys see that Twitter video? And explaining like why. Hold on, I wonder if was it on YouTube? Probably not, huh? Oh, thank you. I really need to like edit my video things so that it can play videos from like any link. Okay, here's a
If an alien abducted me, took time out of his day, his or her day, to beam me up into a spaceship, just me, not anybody else in the neighborhood, I would make love to them, because that means I was chosen, special. They didn't just beam up Sally next door because she was out in her yard working. They beam me up out of my own bed as I'm relaxing, playing Candy Crush. So if they took the time to specifically pick me out of all these other humans that are around me, yes, I'll make love. That shows effort. Unlike
She's so
these people
true.
on
It's true.
Tinder, who the only thing they want to do is scam me and catfish me and extort money from me. You never know. An alien might make such good love to you, you might fall in love with an alien.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not opposed to that.
I'm so glad the opinion, like, this world used to be so much, like, have so much more negative feelings about aliens. And I'm glad people are more open about, like, yeah, I'd fuck an alien. Slide into those DMs.
I mean, this is so awesome because now we're coupling like time and space. So now we're really starting to use the rewind to control the relative position of
we get it, James.
Which, you know, and change them from something we can't jump over to something we can. And that's really interesting, and it's really fun to play with the fact that
I think a good lesson is if you're getting abducted, it's not a negative
gets deeper
thing.
farther on in the game.
But also, if you're getting negative, if you're getting abducted,
and the question is again, what can you do? And I was in the mindset of what's the most minimal thing that I can do given this feature. Technically,
there is a more likely chance that you're getting picked up than something bad is going to happen to you. It's very rare to get abducted for something nefarious or something like bad.
The magic key wouldn't rewind, right?
I don't know. That just seems like weird to do.
Yeah, well, I realized later, like the way we do the magic key is by excluding it from the.
A lot of abductions not good. A lot of abductions are good. A lot of abductions are fine
be attached
and go really well.
Right. So,
but also a lot of
I was thinking, what's
abductions
the most
don't
minimal thing you can
happen,
do, and came up with
or
this,
like
and
the bad
I like it,
abductions
right?
are. It's really just like
as always,
your
we're trying to
government.
balance,
It's really like your local
platform or
cops
puzzle.
or
It's a
your
little bit harder
or
than I wish it
CIA
was in some ways,
or
in the
somebody.
following
It's
way.
not
So
an
I said
alien
before,
doing that. Sad to
sometimes
say.
people miss jumps, and they don't realize yet that they can rewind because they're.
Do you
not
tip
used
an
to
alien that
a game
abducts
has
you?
it.
I guess it depends what happens.
By the time people get here, probably
I don't.
they have used rewind a bunch and they remember it more.
It also depends on the
and problem
alien. Some
here is that
aliens
you very carefully set this thing
believe
up,
in
right?
tipping. Other aliens
by
don't
now,
believe in
people might be
tipping.
rewinding,
Some
and when they
aliens
rewind, they mess
give
up.
it out
And if you rewind
everything
to a
for
point when
free,
they were over
and that's a concept
one of
that
the non-rewindable clouds, they'll fall
is like
earlier.
completely
It's like
unheard
it
of on
becomes
this
a little
planet.
more frustrating even than it should be, right? So of course, the right thing to do is be patient and line them up again. But if you do that too soon, you'll fly back up into the air, right? So you want to stand on the ground for a little bit, right? Hold on, rewind the right amount, get them in phase, and then not miss the jump, right? And of course, you can do things that are messier than that. That's like a very deliberate way to solve it. You can do things that are messier, but they're more frustrating, right? So,
but I also like this element of it because now that there are objects in the world that don't rewind, it means that it might be a little tricky to recover the state you wanted. It means that, rewind is not just an undo. It's going to change some aspects of the world and not change others, and it's going to be a little complicated. And you start to sense that.
What if you abduct someone who's a freaky weirdo?
Dynamic element in your strategy.
Well, I don't normally abduct people because that's kind of it's mean to abduct somebody because somebody might be on the way to work or something, or they're sleeping and they got to wake up early. Abducting somebody is you have to have a reason to abduct somebody, and I don't know, I'd rather just like DM somebody if I want to talk to them. I don't need to abduct them. We hear JamsVirtual talking about big concepts, big ideas. For this puzzle, you have to kind of go back in time a little bit to line it up so that you can get on this cloud, and then you got to do it again. And that's how you do it. Time edging.
So, a little bit about the cloud cannons and the fuses. Originally, this world was very silent with only music playing, no rain and almost no cloud cannons. The cloud cannons had a very faint and abstract poof when shooting, and an almost inaudible sound when the clouds disappeared.
Imagine me and talked about aliens and having to talk about concepts and ideas and realizations.
We wanted to create a much richer and more forceful sound that could give the
something
cannons
that I used to do when I was younger.
Would instinctively understand us coming from the cannons. We also felt there was a great unused potential.
Okay, I don't give a shit. Something I used to do when I was little that I didn't know. I saw like some thread somewhere of somebody else doing it, and it was just like a very random like dumb thing I used to do when I was little. And it like blew me away that anybody else did it. I used to have fantasies about if somebody from basically, I guess what happens in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, except that like I hadn't seen that movie. I used to imagine like if people from the past like came to the future, how I would like introduce them to stuff, like how I would show them how like a refrigerator works, or how like, how a TV works and explaining it, or like taking like introducing them to like yummy candy and stuff. I completely forgot why I thought of that. I used to do that like when I was little. Like I would just be in my room and be like just imagining explaining like my Game Boy to them or my like Nintendo DS to them, and then like I read it was either on 4chan or on Reddit, the two big places to be. I literally read a thread about somebody talking about doing that when they were little, and I was like, that's really funny. I did that too. It seems like something that nobody else would do. That's so nice of you. You never know what's gonna happen in the world when you're little. Yeah, it's true. I think I was also, maybe it's because when you're little, you spend a lot of time being taught things from teachers, and since you have no experience, you really have nothing to offer other people. But if like somebody like Galileo were to go to the future, even as little as I was being in elementary school, I could still teach him about something cool. I could teach him about like my favorite like TV cartoons and stuff. So maybe that was it, just the fantasy of having some use and like knowledge that I could spread to somebody else instead of it being a one-way street when you're little. Galileo would have loved yaoi. Ooh. They would not be ready for yaoi. Could you imagine showing like going back in time and showing like yaoi to ancient Greeks? I feel like civilization would just like, I don't know what would happen. I feel like, yeah, we got that shit everywhere, but like it would be in a form that's like that is so hyper real to what they're probably used to. I guess it would just probably be like I feel like a lot of them would. I feel like if Alexander the Great just read read a yaoi doujin, like let's say if it was translated to ancient Greek, he would probably see the character, like the like cute boys in it as like literal muses, and would kill thousands of people for that doujin. Damn, JB, there's no commentary here. Don't got nothing to say. What a sentence. I feel like ancient Greeks would thrive upon exposure to yaoi. No, yeah, they would. I think they would. They could potentially thrive. Nano, if we had a time machine, and let's say if you were to go back in time and show ancient Greek people, like ancient Greek, like politicians, thinkers, like leaders, if you were to show them modern day yaoi, how do you think that would change the course of civilization? Like if we were to go back in time and introduce them to like just really, really hot yaoi, and then like how do you think that would change history from your understanding?
Oh, let's say wild scenario. Jams, 笑得满地打滚. Ancient Greeks were already pretty open-minded about love and relationships, so I think they might be 彩虹闪亮的心. Given their admiration for beauty and art, they could see yaoi as a new form of artistic expression. Who knows? Maybe it would would lead to new stories, plays, and philosophical discussions about love. 的意见中 historic art might get an interesting twist to 调色盘带框的话。
Yeah.
Seriously though, those ancient minds might find it fascinating or shocking, but ultimately it could be just another layer to their rich cultural tapestry. 下面
It would definitely, man, it would change art pretty drastically if you were to just if you were to just drop
I remember doing the layout for the background here.
you
and
want
there
to
were a lot
acknowledge
more
ancient Greek
pieces.
yaoi.
It was tricky to get the parallax values and the depth values not to conflict. You can see this tree towards the end of the level after the last spike pit is broken into a lot more parallax layers as you go back and forth. I remember down the
Oh, he's talking about parallax. I think what I'm more talking about, like, of course, people were gay back then. It's not like that they would like, oh shit, you can do this. Like they wouldn't have that. I guess like I wonder what their reaction to like that hyper real art would be. They would, well, I guess like first off, they would probably be pretty stoked about paper. When did people have paper? I know paper was invented in China. Did ancient Greeks have paper? They probably had some form of paper. Probably. They'd be so confused by perspective. Yeah, like, well, they would. Oh my God! Wait, I didn't even think about that. That the fact that like they would look at it and they would be like, "Holy shit, these boys are in like 3 dimensions on this flat thing," and they would be like, "Oh my God, like it looks like I'm looking at something. It's not like a flat ass picture of like a side profile of somebody." A lot of medieval art is really cool because of how fucked up a lot of the perspectives are, because they just didn't know like how to do it yet. So like they would always have like just shit would be such weird sizes. Like like if they were drawing baby Jesus, it would just look like an adult but just really shrunk down. Greeks preferred engraving in stone. Ancient people, I think, were big into chalk, clay tablets, and papyrus. We didn't get paper until like 1500 AD-ish. That sounds right to me. They would probably be really confused by Japanese as well. Yeah. Oh yeah. I guess the assumption is you would have to translate it into ancient Greek, or you would find some sort of. You would find yaoi. You would find like maybe a dojin that didn't have any dialogue in it. That was just all like pictures, which like exists. Like there are stories like that exist.
It's the longest stage in the game. Tim runs for quite a while here. From the beginning to the end, you see more and more of these unusual, weird plants until they're totally covering the ground. You might miss it at first because there's so much around you to distract you. I mean, first of all, you're being attacked by vicious rabbits, and then you've got the cannon.
Yeah, showing ancient Greek people Braid would be.
Meanwhile, in the background, you are treated to this
would be crazy
of the distant hills and like the ominous clouds gathering overhead. Between the SD and HD versions here, there's a lot more detail in the clouds. They're kind of complex in their structure actually, and they're composed of particle effects and everything. Combination of different types of things with variance across the sky.
Seems like the rain effect is getting more increased on this area as well, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of rain, and in fact, there's a second type of rain, which is kind of a big falling sheet.
The further I get into this wretched professor, the clearer it is that I am doing very little consciously beyond some clerk routine, assembling, expediting, and that either A, there is an extra personal source, or B, readers are the ones who do most of the work, or all of the above. I would say all of the above. John Blow said that. I've never read a Thomas Pynchon book.
The parameters of this puzzle are somewhat precarious. If the fireballs are too close together or move too quickly, it could become too difficult.
John Blow, if you're watching, this is the shit I'm talking about. You don't have to talk a ton about this. You don't have to yap about this stuff specifically.
It could be very bad for basic playability.
No
if
one
the player
gives like
tries the right thing.
Basic playability is really boring.
Puzzle, but he fails because of tweakiness factors. When this happens, he might conclude that he's not trying the right approach and instead go try other things that are totally wrong and put him off on the wrong track for a long time. Also, hey, it is just less fun to try to solve a very spammy puzzle. So, we want the fireballs to be kind of slow and far apart. But if the fireballs are slow and far apart, it's easier for the player to solve the puzzle accidentally, because the windows for the monster to inhabit are so big that accidental rewinds can get the monster out.
Probably not. I don't think so.
That's why this upper platform is so long. We're minimizing.
I think he literally, I think one of the clips.
This causes the platform to extend off the
that I included.
And you have to start.
Somebody asked him if he plays any like romance visual novels, and he was like, "Don't play." He was like, "Don't play romance visual novels."
One of the rare
because if you look at anime, there's no romance happening there.
The other major ones being movement by degrees, movement.
So I don't. So I doubt it.
5's lair. Initially, the player is likely to be just focused on getting the monster through the firebballs. When he finally does this, he's unlikely to end up in
that this is just like a puzzle earlier where you bonk on the head. Now you got to time goon and bonk.
Without a doubt that the player has executed a major portion of the solution, and he can then work on a version 2 solution that ends with him in the right place. This kind of partial solvability is a good property for a puzzle.
He would
know when they're making progress.
Oh, it helps you. Thank you for the sub for 13 months. Thank you.
Soldier Boy up and where they're trying to go. Sometimes puzzles can feel unfun and unfair.
Soldier Boy had the only valid review for this game.
At the same time, though, sometimes I do deliberately.
Shout out L:Q. Have you've probably played this game, the original version, I'm assuming. Wait, actually, you know what, L::Q, like I have a question for you. Do you watch John Blow streams? And what do you think of John Blow's streams? The reason I ask is because you're a programming streamer. You're like one of the few VTuber programmer streamers. And I do sometimes. I enjoy them sometimes. Who is your favorite streamer? Or who's your favorite programmer streamer? Who do you think cooks the best? He is so, yeah, John Blow, he's definitely like, I've been clowning on him for this entire stream. I've been making fun of him, but like, I like one thing I've said is I do like his games. I do like The Witness. One thing I will also say, he definitely is a good programmer. If there's one thing he's like good at, he knows how to program shit. I think the one thing I would fundamentally disagree with him on, and like probably disagree with like a lot of other programmers, is I don't how should I frame this? I don't think it's I think a lot of guys like John Blow look down on people who work within Unity or worse, make games in like Roblox. I think there's nothing noble about making your own engine for a game, unless if it's for like a very, very specific crazy reason that you just cannot achieve in another engine. And even then, I'm not sure. Best program streamer in my opinion is So Ding. I've never seen them before. I meet a lot of engineers who are very theologically or philosophically minded despite really idolizing thinkers who could break rules. Interesting. Really, really great. Comfy, my Oshi. Ooh, I'll check them. Wait, I'll check them out. Is that their username? Okay. I'm gonna keep note of that. I'll write that down. Crap. I was gonna say something more than that, but I forgot what I was gonna say about John Blow's programming. Does Casey Moriarty stream? Sorry, I'm like standing here and so many Goombas are getting massacred. I don't want to do this puzzle.
So the mimics, these pink rabbits that jump around and attack you. These sounds were some of the sounds that we originally felt sounded quite off aesthetically. Part of them sounded...
Yeah, he did the Handmade Hero series. I watched that like a long time ago. Or I started watching it.
Other parts
and
sounded
I think
very strangely distorted and bad in terms of technical quality.
Oh, these are the music nodes where he's like, oh, at this part we use like these violins that are really sick and really evoke this emotion. But when you move over to this area, we kind of quiet them down to really highlight this element. And then like for some reason the scene is completely silent. I think, yeah, I like Casey. I really like Casey's one video, the one he's like known for now, where I guess showing how just demonstrating how inefficient object-oriented programming can get and abstraction can get, and how much time you can save just by doing it, by not doing stuff that you're just sort of taught and everybody is kind of taught in school. Oh, bye Skeleton Club. Thanks for hanging out. The series is cool, but it does the same thing as John spends ages just ranting about something completely unrelated. I was gonna say about the Handmade Hero series, I started watching it like in earnest for a while, and I got to a point where I realized like, ooh, that was close. I got to a point where I was like, I think I personally realized that, oh, I don't want to make game engines. I just want to make a fun thing, and programming is one of the steps to get there. But I really would love for somebody who enjoys that aspect more to do it for me. And then I can come in and like do it the cheapest way possible. Implement any idea I have in the easiest way possible. This game has negative emotional aura. Yeah, because there's a bunch of fucking cannons here and they're all shooting fireballs. I do like that Casey, I think, goes off on a lot of the same things that JB does, but it is a bit more digestible. Or not as grating. Not into fireballs. Too much negativity in those fireballs. I don't want to see these fireballs. Heavy-headed designers who maybe spend their lives with abstract, codified expressions of things in a mathematical patterns, but don't take risks necessary to create worthwhile artistry, particularly lost in details of perfection and invisibility. I feel like you could say that to explain a lot of designers, or a lot of definitely a lot of game designers who spend a lot of time on a single thing, perfecting it, which I think existed a lot with indie games, particularly. Indie games have had a long history of forever projects. Can't codify art or fun. Ooh, somebody will figure it out. Somebody will do it. I'm just joking. I was talking earlier about the Goomba ones that look like your character and him transformed into a Goomba hedgehog. Do they? How do I pause? I guess they kind of look similar, but it's hard to tell whether or not it's just a similar art style or not. Do they have the same shoes? Might be right. I had no thoughts about them. I think I saw them once. The first time I saw them, I'm like, oh, that's just a weird freaky Goomba. That's a Goomba in the future, just like you play as Mario in the future. And that's the full extent of what I thought about them.
There are two parts to the level. There's an above ground part and a below ground part, and they're pretty much separate.
Okay.
So you go to the below ground part, and there's a key that's pretty easy to get.
Right.
And then there are two gates, and you have one key and two gates, and you might think, oh, I need to go look for the other key, but there's no other key on the level. And so you hopefully learn that you can open two gates with one key by, judicious use of your abilities. Right. It's not that hard of a puzzle. In fact, you could solve that one accidentally because it's so simple.
Right. And the way that works out is because
what happens when there's three doors?
Some of the elements are marked rewind exempt, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then there's a harder puzzle right below that is a similar situation, but with three gates.
Okay.
And so there's a bit of a progression there.
I see.
Okay, you get this. Do you get this, which is a more complex version of the same thing.
Right.
But it's certainly not asking you to do the same thing twice.
Right. It's asking you to do a similar thing.
Yes. I mean, the same thing a bunch of times just turns into Towers of Hanoi or whatever, which is one of the most annoying so-called puzzles in the universe.
Yes.
I mean, it's fine, 2,000 years ago or whenever it was invented for manipulating blocks because that's kind of fun, but it's not so fine in a modern video game.
It's very true. Towers of Hanoi back the fuck up. Am I? Oh, I can stand in between them. Okay. Mass Effect and Shamble. That was easy to solve when he added an extra key. Oh. Can we solve this puzzle? No, I don't think so. Not yet. Okay, I don't know if I'm still the only person playing this and that there's a chance that John Blow's watching. Why'd you put a rabbit right at the door right here? What was the reason for that? I do kind of like the new bunny animations. It's very subtle, but they just have a bit more, I don't know, reaction to stuff. They turn. This game stole puzzle pieces from Banjo-Kazooie. What a plagiarist. Yeah, but then you got to think about who Banjo-Kazooie stole puzzle pieces from. They stole it from Jigsaw puzzles. Okay, wait, hold on. What's he going to say here?
So here's our first layer. And so I have to admit, in standard video games, I hate the boss levels. I would much rather mow down large mobs of small to medium-sized baddies. I've just never really enjoyed the whole thing of having to carefully memorize, you know, okay, he's charging up his lightning bolt, I have to dodge this way, and then I have to switch weapons because I can hit him in the left mandible, which is vulnerable for 3 seconds, and it's not really
why is Elden Ring catching strays in this?
When I played the game, I got here, I was like, oh, Christ, a boss level. Ugh. But this is almost a parody of boss levels, right? Yeah. First of all, you can rewind, and so you can undie. That's not.
There is one big rule if you're making something, like if you're making a piece of art, try to do your best to not remind the audience of a better game.
So, you know, if he hits you, whatever.
Or a better thing.
There's this other nice thing going on, which gets back to what I said before about the
he would hate Souls like.
He is the one that
I think I don't know if
he looks magical and powerful. And scary. You know, he's sparkly. He has
wait, hold on. There is a video of like somebody did a clips video of John Blow streaming Elden Ring and him complaining the whole time, and it's pretty funny.
The green and gold glow,
I think he gets upset at a bunch of things.
Here with me, precisely because he's immune to rewind. I can go back and bonk him again and again and again, and he does not get healed. In fact, you know, it's fun to even, if you time it right, drop the chandelier on him multiple times in the same fall and just go up, down, up, down, up, down, and get a couple of hits off him. So, you know, okay, he's designed to be scary. He makes noise. He jumps around. You know, the world.
Can you do
and just go that? Foot's powerful than you are.
Can you like really rapidly just like tap him on the head with the thing? Oh, I got him twice. Braid and Hollow Knight. I've never played Hollow Knight. No! That's my key. Okay.
So this character you fight a couple times. He's the only thing that's quite like a boss character. Edmund's version was a brown furry creature, maybe related to the kind of standard monsters. And I tried some different concepts that went in different directions, like more
Ooh,
of
tag yourself.
a goblin type creature or a dog or other things. I guess it did end up to be a kind of dog. So he's got like a dog snout and furry face. I don't know. I think it's just a combination of like
Hollow Knight's good.
something
I've heard it's really
familiar
good.
That's sort of blown out of proportion.
Like a lot of
don't
everybody I
it
know
just
who's
didn't have a
played
dog.
it.
I'm not sure, but this is something that could have come from the real
Keep
world.
on like they always say like how good
this,
of a game it is, or like, oh, it's like one of my favorite games.
It was fun to build this creature out of multiple parts and kind of plan out the animations and how each part would function.
Children love Hollow Knight.
Quite a bit of new contrast.
Yeah, I was into Hollow Knight, and then I graduated middle school.
Contrast a lot here. The chandeliers are green instead of brown. I mean, I think that was always a pretty poor choice that they'd be brown.
I've never played Hollow Knight.
Very like the trellis.
Yeah, it's fun.
I've also added some shadows behind the foreground, sort of separating the ceiling from the trellis. So the scene just reads better.
Do you have any story interpretation of what these bosses are, or are they just bosses?
It's a good question. I don't know if I have like a developed idea of what these
It's
bosses
pretty fun.
are.
If you're a kid and you got a phone,
stock idea of a boss.
you
or
like
a
playing
creature
Geometry
down here in a
Wars
lair.
or
I don't know if it has a lot more resonance. Maybe if you run back to the center, we can look at his home.
if you like watching Germa,
bowls or like a tea service.
If you like
and a suit of armor, kind of.
If you like
castle
Roblox,
theme,
that's like
is that a shield?
Hollow Knight's like a Roblox style
I guess
game.
the big table kind of implies like feasting. So
you think he prepares and sits down to.
I feel like I have a few friends who would get very upset at me saying that just because they really like the game.
Yeah, and hero shields.
And I'm curious how you decided to do a boss.
Honestly, so the boss idea, like sometimes you're just making a game and you're like, hell yeah, wouldn't it be cool to do a platformer boss? I've never done that. So the name of that guy in the code is called Gun Boss because he was going to be holding like a really big gun, right? Now he just spits fireballs out because I didn't want to think about like aiming a big thing around.
Oh yeah, it looks
I didn't
weird
need
too
that.
in 2D.
Yeah, I don't know. And then it just sort of turned into what it became because it was like, okay, how do I make this interesting? Rewind is sort of the player's strength, and rewind exemption is sort of, it could be a weakness of the monster. Like it naturally is that. Like, oh, he can't get his hit points back. Like what? Okay. Like you could think of other ways to do a boss. Like maybe there's someone who could rewind also or something. But then that gets into like heavily scripted, weird gameplay. And I wanted something that was just like a phenomenon, right? So the basic phenomenon of rewindability is like, okay, if you
He should have gave him a gun.
That counter will not reverse. So if it's hit points, it just goes down and never up. And it's weird because like that's actually how most games are already. But in this game, it's interesting because it wouldn't have been that way unless we made it that way. Like it's very strange because if I just have exactly this level in a game that didn't have rewind, it's not an interesting level. Now, of course, in order to do that...
Oh, by the way, we have ads coming up in 15 seconds. If you're subscribed, you're going to hear my take on what he's saying right now.
So that's the other thing that's interesting is
otherwise, you'll have to watch ads.
The chandeliers, by the way, why are they
I'm sorry.
chandeliers?
I wish I could make it so you didn't have to watch ads, but...
in the game to at least do... there's the whole thing about entropy going in
I don't have control
things, come apart
of this
and don't
platform.
go together very easily. And I wanted just like a visual of that in the game because I wouldn't feel like the game explored this very well without that. But I like the idea of having something break apart and come together. And so it gives us something to call back to at the end of the game. Then, of course, it's like, okay, well, it's not only the boss's weakness, but it's like, it's also how you get more ammunition to fight the boss is by using rewind. So it's not exactly a level that you could do in another game, right? But it's just the boss's hit points being irreversible is interesting, even though it totally isn't in every other game in the world. And I don't know, that was fun.
I'm gonna be real. I think I think he was embarrassed to have a boss in this game. Like that, like a typical boss in the game. And he did a little bit of juicing to explain, like, well, yeah, it's a boss with hit points and shit, and that's normally kind of cringe, but in my game, it actually wasn't that cringe that I did it, because I had a different take on it. I'm gonna be real moment. Yeah, sorry. That's why you have to subscribe. Maybe Hollow Knight should have been more embarrassed to have a boss. I'm imagining it would be funny if he had this game and the whole time, like, I think a better way to do this commentary, like a funnier way to do this commentary, not necessarily better, although there are probably better ways. I think they could have done this commentary. They could have been more succinct with a lot of things. I wish that, like, the entire commentary, they started at the beginning, like, you know, like, oh, this is the first level, I get to talk about a bunch of stuff. But as the game progressive, just getting more and more tired, because, like, he's doing the commentary all in one go. And then just getting hung up on, like, weird points, or just, like, start comparing his game to, like, one other game for, like, a period of time. Just being like, yeah, Hollow Knight, you know, fuck Hollow Knight. And in this, yeah, that game has bosses, my game has bosses, but I didn't do what they did. Like, he should have been starting fights in the commentary. That would have been amazing. Just get more and more unhinged. Yeah, like, I don't know, that would have been. And then he could like say shit that he regrets, and he can be like, yeah, you know what sucks? I can't rewind in time like Tim can. Tim can, if you make a mistake in this game, you could rewind. But you know what? I've been having a few drinks. I've been saying some things. I've been like, I've called a few friends of mine some pretty mean things, but I can't take it back. I can't rewind. And that's the magic of video games. In real life, there's no reset button. You don't have multiple lives. You have one life, and then once it's over, it's over. Yeah, Toby Fox, more like blow beef. Dude, John Blow being like, hey, Toby Fox, more like blow me Fox. Hi, Kanan. Well, shout out Kanan. Hey. Kanan, have you played Braid before? What? You have not? Okay. I've realized a lot of people haven't played this game. I don't know why I assumed that like a lot of people would have played this game. Maybe because it was in Indie Game the movie, and I'm like, oh, if you like indie games, then you played all the games from Indie Game the movie. It's 15 years old. It is 15 years old. It's old, but people still play like Mario and like people play Mario 64 to like an insane level still. But how are you doing, Kanan? This is like a new version of Braid that has commentary over it from the developer. And he's a guy that I love to kind of like make fun of a little bit, even though like I do like his games. I'm a fake gamer. I would never touch this. That's the correct answer.
Involves a few different time-based constraints that all influence each other. So it's a good example of the kind of thought that goes into balancing distances and timings. The fundamental idea.
Yeah, like the correct answer to like listening to a lot of this shit is like just the nerd emoji.
Has to do something
it's just like, shut up, nerd.
The player doesn't yet know that that's the idea. When he first enters the level, he's just playing the game. trying to get the puzzle
The
pieces straightforward.
Castle Crashers was
We
more
want him
important
to
to
be
me
able
than
to
this
run
game.
over to the area near the
Dang,
left
I haven't
gate
thought
and
about
see the falling
Castle
wall.
Crashers.
Still mostly
I
open, but
never.
falling
I think I
quickly.
played it like once.
We want the player to
or
feel like
twice.
he might have a chance to race fast enough to unlock the gate.
You've been
and get the
enjoying
puzzle
roasting
It
this.
takes 5 or 6 seconds to get over there from the start of the level, so we want this wall to take a lot more.
Good,
than 6
thank
seconds to
you.
close.
I'm glad.
But whereas we want
I'm
him
just
to
like,
think he might be.
it's
able to
funny
get through
because
the
like
gate and to try a little bit, we actually want
I
this to be
did.
impossible. To make it impossible.
I think this
make
is
the
one of
player
those
travel
games
a
where if
long
I were to
distance
play it
get the
again
key up and
now, I
around
would probably
and
get
back.
bored pretty
We taunt the
quickly.
player by putting
When
the
I
key
first
near
played
the
this game, I was like,
and the
"Oh, this
monster
is
picking up the key makes a
fun.
sound cue
This is a
that
fun
may alert the
puzzle
player of the
game.
presence
This
of
is
the
cool.
key,
You can go back in
which
time."
mitigates the camouflage due to the key somewhat blending into the
But
background
now there are
We could have made the
games
key a different
that are more
color,
interesting
but
than
maybe the
this,
player would
doing
think it
cooler
behaves differently
things.
from other keys
Everybody's kind of grown up. It's the
When
same
designing
thing
this originally,
with
I didn't want
that other
In
indie
this
game,
the keys
Journey,
always look the same,
which is a game that a lot
behave
of
the same,
people
they just have different time effects applied.
see
Was
as like
this
one of the
refusal to
like greatest
recolor
of
the
all
key
time
good design,
games.
Or was it just me being over concerned about something small?
And at the time when I played it, I was like, "Oh, whoa! You get to play with."
If the player can
Whoa,
grab
it's
the
crazy.
key and
You get to
open the
just
gate
walk
before the
around in
wall
this
is
place
closed,
with
that
sand.
wrecks
That's
our
pretty
puzzle, so we have
tight.
to prevent him
And it's
from
like really
doing that.
cool. This is not
We
like
could make the wall close
all the
faster,
shooters I
or we could
play.
make the path he must travel
But now it's
longer.
just like, oh
Here,
man,
I made the path to
I
the
don't
key a
care.
bit convoluted. But I also
Don't
added
get
the
started
constraint
on
he must pull
Journey.
the lever to move the platform, and doing
It's one of
both
those things where it's like, yeah, it
takes
was like
quite a
it
while.
was probably
If the
important
player
for people
ignores
at the
lever and
time.
just goes immediately to the
And
key and then the
now
gate,
it's just
we time
like
the wall so that it shuts right about the time he gets there.
it's
which is
harder
good
to
dramatic
enjoy
timing and
now,
also
I guess,
indicates
because
that
of
you
it.
probably can't
Which is
get
kind
there.
of interesting
But
with
he'll also
games
figure out
that
he
like
needs the
that
platform to
that feels
stand
like a
on, and by the
phenomenon
time
with
he also pulls
games
the lever, it will
more
be
than like
overwhelmingly
movies.
obvious
If there was an
this
old
is all
movie
just
that's
too
really
slow.
good,
But this is
it's
fine
still
because
like
he made
a
progress. He
good
can at least
movie.
open the gate and go
Like even
explore
if
the
it's
right
like
half of the
old
level,
and
even though the
dated
wall is
and
shut
stuff,
and he
like
can't get
it's
the
still
puzzle
like a
piece now.
sick movie.
There are some tricks you can do on this
Like
level.
recently, I
Because the lever is
watched
sparkling green, you can go
one
down,
of Michael
wait
Mann's
to
like
stomp on the
first
monster,
movies,
pull the
Thief,
lever, and then
and that's
rewind
like a
quickly back
I
up to
forget
the
when
top
I
of
think that was like in the
ladder, then continue
70s.
over to get the key. The timing of the wall
And
is such that even if you do all this
like
very efficiently,
even for being like kind
it
of an
will
older
slam into the
movie,
floor
like
right
for
when
what
you
it
finally
was
get to it,
doing, like it was
indicating that you're
super
at
sick to
least
watch.
several seconds too late. But
for
because you
a
can't do
game
this
to
rewind
do
trick,
that, to, like an
the little
older
maze
game that's
leading to the
like
switch has to
that
be
does
longer
sort
than
of
you
new
would otherwise.
things
We
that
ensure
other
that the
games
travel
end up
time
doing better in
in
the
only
future.
direction toward the
That
switch
older
is
game like
sufficiently long
sometimes
so that expert
has a
players
pretty
do not break
decent
the
chance
puzzle.
of just not
We want
aging
the player
well.
to struggle a little bit and to try to
I think
get
that with
through
the
the
music
gate
too,
in a
because sometimes
straightforward way.
you got to
because
be
when
there to
he
get
sees
how much it
clearly that
changed
the straightforward
things.
solution doesn't work. It makes
The
actual
music
solution, which is
for
wacky,
Journey or for
seem
this
more
game?
necessary and a lot cooler. There was something that was impossible. This wall comes down far too fast.
It shouldn't cost money though. It should be some shit you play at a museum for a couple minutes.
We have a sparkling platform that permits the player to rewind to the start of the level, but change. The
I don't know why that's a really funny
The idea is that
burn
he's now close
against
enough
the
to
game,
the
as
key
being
that
like,
it's possible
yeah,
to
this,
get it.
yeah,
But it
you
shouldn't be
made
easy,
some
so
shit
he
that
must
would be in a
run at a lot of
museum that
velocity.
you would play for free.
When building this level, I wanted to create the experience of rewinding at a very fast speed with all these
Yeah, this
cannonballs
looks
and
this looks
monsters
like
flying by
a
extremely
serious game that like
I wanted the
an
travel back
old
to the puzzle
person
piece
plays at a
to give it
museum.
hectic, dodging a bunch of stuff, but without
Oh,
adding
from
too many
music in
cannons to the
general.
level. This is why the cannonballs
Oh, I
fly
see, I
upward
see.
through the spikes, so that you have to dodge them twice. But there's a fortuitous timing.
I like
The
Michael Mann's
cannonballs
Thief when it was
collide and
called
destroy each
Robert
other
Preston's
every 14th
Pickpocket.
shot
I
of the
haven't seen
rightmost cannon.
Pickpocket.
And the phase is set up so that this is the 6th shot after you rewind back to the beginning.
Dude,
of the
what's
level, despite
dude? What's he
with
yapping
helping you out.
about? I don't
Good
care, dude. Okay. I wish in this, I wish he had the like the really intense commentary that he had in like on his streams. I wish he would like go off and just get pissed off a ton.
By the way, here's one of the places where I mentioned that it's possible to see cannonballs hit each other. Here, they're tuned so that they hit each other like every 7 or 8. I forget.
Right, because the frequency is a little bit different. It's
Yeah,
like a
it's
beat,
like every
it's like
10
a
or
beat
something.
frequency.
Yeah.
Right, when we have these two frequencies that are slightly different.
But so you're basically guaranteed to see that in the course of solving this level. Now, whether you pay attention to it, who knows? Because there's a lot of stuff happening. There's
So
like
you're saying some
monsters falling and all
some
that.
people might see that, and even without having solved the previous puzzle.
Yeah, it's a way. It's like if you haven't ever thought of the idea that two of these things colliding might destroy them or interfere with them, because maybe they just pass through each other. Who knows? It's a video game, right? And so this is a demonstration of what happens, and maybe that helps things click. And even if it doesn't help it consciously click, like even if you don't go, oh, let me go use that in the other place.
I've done a lot of John Blow lectures there for like 2010
over time.
So if
there
people
was a
gave up
period
on
of
that prior
time where I
puzzle
definitely
and
like
then
watched a
walked
lot
right
of his
through,
talks
then
on
this would
at GDC and shit,
suggest something that they could
or
go
at
back
like
to
some
because they might,
game
you know,
design
if you don't have the
conventions,
idea
and like he did have a lot of like insightful things to say about games, like especially
the only
like
thing you might think
in
is
the
maybe
like
there's a bunch of rabbits here and
from like the
you're
mid
supposed to bounce off a bunch
2010s.
of them and get up, but you can't actually do
But
that.
now, like, I think what's crazy, like, and what feels really dated about this is, like, a lot of this stuff is just kind of common knowledge now. Because game design, like, concepts like this, like, have been just so ingrained into people's minds that, like, a lot of people have just moved past this, like, talking about shit like this. People are, like, now moving on to, like talking about how like interesting, like weird, like interaction shit you can do with like so like not social media games, but like games like Among Us or Content Warning or the other one, the I kind of want to. I'm kind of sad I didn't go to GDC this year because I am kind of interested in seeing like what that like game design space talks about now. Because I don't know, if you were to ask me like where can you learn about like good new game design and like where actually innovative shit is happening, I don't think it's happening that much with like these kinds of like big AAA indie games anymore. I feel like a lot of innovation is happening in shit like Roblox, where like kids who don't have all this stuffy game design 101 knowledge just have like a bunch of fucking like easy tools to work with and make wild stuff without the constraints of like, oh, is this gonna have good game feel? Is this gonna frustrate the player or make the player have a good capital E experience? Also, hi Con, welcome. People learn about game design from Game Maker's Toolkit and shit now, which is very 101. Yeah, Game Maker's Toolkit like says a lot of the shit that they talk about in this, but in a much cleaner way. And I know this is like meant to be like commentary on the game, which I like kind of wish this was more commentary. I wish you could like look at this and be like, yeah, this is stupid now. I would make this different now. Like it's been a while. Like I'm actually kind of interested if like what he thinks about this game now and like compared to like other games and like that have inspired this game. But like he's almost kind of treating this like a game design tutorial. You got home from your trip. Welcome back. Did you have fun on your trip? Where did you go again? You stayed in the US, right? Or actually, you know what? Don't say where you went because that's kind of doxing. Liz, I really want to like make a fake edit of this where I go on a node and just get like an AI like John Blow voice and him just being like, this shit is gay now. It makes me want to fucking puke. And just be like, whoa, damn, the commentary is kind of crazy. No, please do not dox yourself on stream. Oh, 8 Escape, thank you for the follow. Thank you, welcome. I hope you're having a good evening. Or morning, depending on where you live. But don't dox yourself. I guess you can say like where you're like, I don't know, I say that I'm from Seattle, or I'm like in Seattle, because it's a city, and like, I don't know, there's a lot of people here, so good luck finding me. You just went out of town? Oh, okay. You went out of town and got a treat? That's like one of the best things you could do in life. There was, oh my God, there was a, sorry to keep on being like, oh, there was a tweet I saw. It's probably annoying. But there was something I saw that I extremely resonated with. A diagram. I think I favorited it a while ago. Oh my God, I keep on seeing that one picture that's like, be honest, am I spicy white with that weird apple homunculus guy? I don't know what the face emoji guys, what are they called? This tweet. I do this so often. This is like, when I saw this, I was like, damn, that really is like one of my favorite activities, is just getting a coffee and walking around. I do this like pretty often. It's such a fun thing to, I mean, I guess it's like, it's more fun if you're in a city, because then it's like, okay, there's like things to do, but you could probably even do this if you're in the suburbs, if you have something fun to look at. So Seattle core, I know. God, it is. I can't lie though. You should do that tomorrow.
This cool,
you should do it tomorrow.
Dynamic of a thing that can imbue you with immunity.
I love doing that in the morning.
Monsters and clouds. And
I'll like find a dumb excuse to do it. Like, oh, I gotta go grocery shopping for like one thing. Just so I can do that.
To make the level simpler and neater, but in part it's to seed the idea of rewinding, right? Because there are deliberately 2 times here when you can't get back. So one is you drop down to the left.
I get a coffee, go around your walkable city.
I try to jump back up, but you have to rewind to get back, right?
And luckily it's a sparkly switch.
Sparkly switch, sparkly other platforms.
JB, I don't care. Ooh, wait, what does this look like in the original? Whoa, they like kept it pretty similar. Wait, they like, that's weird. They like the background shit in the original. They like kind of like kept it looking the same, but just redrew it. So it's like slightly different, but like doesn't look that different. Weird. Princess who? Oh yeah, you can do like all the other worlds now. But you're listening to that Pearl Jam and sound good. To the Pearl Jams and the Sound Gardens or some shit. I listen to, I'll have you know, I don't listen to either of those bands. Maybe I should. People in Seattle love the Postal Service. You know what's actually weird about Seattle? There isn't anything for Kurt Cobain here. There's no like there's no like statues or shit for him. There's no like, you would think that he would be one of the big like people like, oh, where Kurt Cobain came from, the Nirvana guy. Grunge music, that he's just like not like around, like he's not. I see a lot more shit for the Postal Service and the other band that the person did. Kurt is from Aberdeen. Yeah, but he's like Seattle. Like people like don't they say that he's from Seattle? I thought he was known for being from Seattle. Maybe that's why. Maybe I'm completely wrong on this. Nano, is Kurt Cobain known for being from Seattle, Washington? Isn't that like a part of a thing with his identity, or is it is it just grunge music that's associated with Seattle? Maybe you're right. Maybe it's just grunge.
Right. Kurt Cobain is closely associated with Seattle, Washington 城市风光. He's from
See, look, Nano agrees.
But Nirvana, his legendary band, was a huge part of the Seattle grunge music scene in the late 80s and early 90s. The Seattle grunge movement was massive, with other iconic bands like Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, and Alice in Chains also coming from there. So, Seattle isn't just about grunge music, it's a big part of Kurt Cobain's identity too. 配信多个音符。
Kurt Cobain died the day before I was born. Whoa! Welcome back, Kurt Cobain. Apparently there's a memorial bench. That's crazy that there is nothing more than like a memorial bench. I feel like he's pretty big, you know? I don't know.
So it wasn't like the first time you read Calvino, you were just thinking it would be cool to make a game like this sometime.
No, not at all.
It was actually
Should I
much
read
closer
Should I
to
read
the actual time
Calvino?
of
Should I
making
read
Braid that you
Invisible
first started
Cities?
Thinking like, hey,
Will I be
it would be
cool?
neat to do
I mean,
something
is
like
it good?
those books
I
that
shouldn't say
read.
would I be cool if I read that, because that's a dumb question.
In a story, you
It's a
can
cool
just sort of
book? Okay.
postulate whatever the laws of physics are.
Only read it if you're
the
a
moon
noob.
comes really close and it pulls the
That
ground up and
answers
stuff,
my
right?
question if I'll look cool
Doesn't
if I
exactly
read it.
work that way in a game, especially like the more systemic the game is.
I should
more
read
you
it, but
kinda
not
can't
talk
just
about
cheat
it
that sort of thing.
in
You
public.
have to more make a system that exhibits those properties, and that to me is more magical. Right. I was like, there's something cool, and if
Or else
it's
I'll be,
hard, it seems very hard, but if you can do it,
I'll be
it's a little
pegged
bit
as like
more
a specific type of guy, I
than
guess.
just
Oh,
doing,
have a good night,
story
Absinthe.
about
Thank you for stopping
in the
by.
field of games, it's a thing that very few people had done. Now, there were other games that did analogies of this sort, right? So one of the earliest ones was Rod Humble's game, The Marriage, which I had shown at EGW, which like there's two people in this relationship and they're just colored squares on the screen. And you move
I never
around
played
and some
this.
stuff happens. And
I thought this was a different game for a second.
And then Jason
this was the
Rohrer
game I was
actually
literally thinking
had
about.
done these two games, Passage and Gravitation. I think they also engage in this kind of analogy where
Damn, what's
there's
Jason
a
Rohrer
system
doing
of
now?
Rules, and those rules are expressive about the situation that the game's about.
I
It's
like
not
kept
just the
following
plot
him
and
for
the
a very
fiction that
long
the game is
time because
about,
his
but the
Twitter was
rules of
just
the universe
funny.
that are being set up
And then up until a point where I was like, I don't want to read.
And so
I don't want to read this
wanted to do
anymore, and I
something
stopped
like that.
following him.
And I wanted to do it about physics because, you know, quantum mechanics, for example, is pretty
Another My Wife simulator.
as is relativity, right? And I thought it would be
Is he
fun
still
to take
making
that
games?
weirdness and instead of, you know, conflating it with human scale things in a fiction
Tomorrow I'm
kind of
going to
way,
Seattle for
like those
Japanese white
stories
bread.
let's conflate it with human level things by just making the phenomena happen
You have to
on
travel.
a
You
human
have to.
scale, and then just like seeing what happens and seeing
I
how
guess-
to make a game out of that, and that'll be fun.
I guess there is a really sick Japanese or
you know, if
Asian
there's
market
quantum
in Seattle.
superposition or something, and something's at multiple places until the waveform.
He tried
gets
making
localized.
an AI wife.
That's one idea.
Did he?
Right. Or one thing that comes
Really?
up in physics a lot is time being bidirectional, right? So, which is even true.
I
back
made
in
something
Newtonian
better. I made an
physics,
AI
but
virtual
also
pet.
in relativity.
Way better than
stuff.
an
And
AI
so
wife.
What does that mean? How do you make a game where time is bidirectional? It's challenging because it seems like almost you can't make anything happen.
Right.
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 Because it would have to be a completely
Going
recorded
there for
sequence for
white
you to
bread.
go forward and backward. And so what does that mean? And so those questions were just in the air.
I don't know why it's funny to be like, I'm going to a city for the white bread.
Time, somewhere in the 2003, 2004 kind of.
Yeah, it may not.
I'm
have even
venturing
been that.
there
It
for
may have
white
been
bread.
Just the few.
There is
It's like 2004-ish time zone.
You're
But you
probably
can
gonna
see,
get
like,
the
how these are
Fuji
very-
bread, the
they're
Fuji
both difficult
bakery
questions
bread.
to
It is really
answer.
good bread.
Yes.
It's really good
And
for like
also
making.
not very actionable until.
Whenever
you
I
have a
get
good
it, I make
answer.
Korean street toast
yeah,
with
you're
it,
not really gonna
which
be
is
able to do
like
much
the
until you get
sandwich that's like
something
egg
to hold
and
on to.
like
Yeah.
a slice of ham, and you put sugar in it. You want to make my stupid sandwich? Is that the stupid sandwich? The one I was talking about? The Korean street toast? Oh no, I know what stupid sandwich you're gonna make. You're gonna make the strawberry sandwich. First off, that's not a stupid sandwich at all. It's a great sandwich. And second off, good luck. Like I'm happy for you and I'm jealous. I want that sandwich. This is a Jason Rohr thing you're referencing. Open AI dead fiance. I think I heard about this. OpenAI shuts down GPT-3 bot used to emulate dead fiance. This is like a... This looks like an on cinema bit. This looks like a bit that Tim Heidecker would do. I think maybe because he has this like AI son as 3D, he's like, I'm better, Dad. I'm here with you. Got eggs, carrot, and cabbage right now. I should make Korean street toast. You should. Oh my god, yeah, you should. It's really good. It's a really easy sandwich to make at home. And I don't know if it's healthy. It might be. It's probably not healthy. You have to use like white bread, which is like super processed and not it's super nutritious. It's probably like if it's like a Friday and you're having fun and you're like, I can have a treat for myself. I don't have to eat really healthy. It might be a fun thing to make. So beautiful when Tom Cruise, Heidecker Jr. came back. Didn't they actually do that with someone's late daughter? Probably. Wait, did Jason Rohr's wife die? Did he have like an ex-wife that died? I actually don't like that. I just realized like, wait, is it for his ex-wife? I know he had like a family and stuff, or was it someone else who started? Oh, okay. Who knows? I like this level. Or this world where you have to like your move. Time moves when you move.
The pit. Oh yeah, so here's another thing where he has to go in the cubby. But then we're like, oh my gosh, space equals time now, and I need to get to where he is, and if I just jump down, I'm in the wrong place. And anyway, all right, so, and we also have this strong sound cue with the sound grinding back and forth, which drove my wife crazy, and I had to put on my headphones.
Probably the best moment in this level is when you first enter the level and you get to experience the way, because it's very different from the rest of the game that you've played so far, right?
But there's also something that one may or may not notice on this level, which is if you bonk a monster while moving
he should
left,
speak more on like
die.
the parts of the development
that's
that
because
drove his
you're
wife
left and driving
crazy.
time
That seems
backwards.
like
You
more
don't- it
interesting
dies
than
if
like
you
whatever this
bonk
shit
him
is.
and then move to the right. And that's kind of interesting. when we're talking,
I don't know.
before
This
about
is.
the platform
He's like, oh, this is interesting.
that
It's not that
like,
interesting.
it's
I don't know.
there
It makes
present
it's,
or in the past,
you
but I
move
can
the
still
world
interact
moves,
with it
and
now
like
and
the
what's going
position of
on.
time is based
Here,
on your
there's a
x.
similar thing like G.
Your
Is
horizontal
moving to the left
position
the
on
same
the
as
map,
rewind?
and yeah,
And
you
it
can make puzzles
isn't,
from that.
because
Cool.
you can
I want to
still
know the
rewind
story of
your
how this
own
game was made.
world line, which might include both left and right motions.
I don't know.
So
Other stuff
that's a little
besides just
interesting, and now there's kind of
this
two
game design
notions of
101
what it means
stuff.
to go backwards in time.
And that was interesting to try and design and program, because I had that same question. I was like, wait,
This is the same pit.
they
Yeah,
are
this is
different,
the
and
same
that's
pit puzzle, but with a different
Should I make
mechanic.
them the same, though?
And they're
I
probably
didn't
being
quite
like,
see
well,
how to
this
do
is
it.
the
They
pit
had
that
to
you
be
remember from
good,
before.
because, like, either
But
when
now
you
that
push
we've
left,
introduced a new mechanic, now it's changed the dynamic of this of the pit that you were once familiar with, and your solution from before isn't going to work so easy this time, because now now that with the new mechanic,
this idea that
it changes the way that you look at the level, and it's like, yeah, dude, I know.
Time in a way, except you never had a difference.
I don't
between
care.
that
Like
and everything
that's
else
obvious.
before this.
Right. So now you can rewind your personal time and through your motion control.
I want to hear about all
which
the
way
dance
time
clubs you
flows
went to during
in
development.
the rest of the world.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to
It's
hear
a very
like about
egotistical world where everything responds to you.
that. This stuff's. I think this stuff. A lot of the shit they're talking about is like way more obvious than they think it is. And I guess like goes back to one earlier when I was just like speaking too long on like kind of obvious game design stuff in a pedantic way doesn't make you like smarter about it if you're like if you're like peeling to get like peeling away like piece by piece like different nuances of a mechanic. It's still like you're jumping in a fucking hole and getting a key from a Goomba, and it's like, okay, yeah, like, okay, the time is a little weird. I don't know, that's not that interesting to me.
World 4 is time is tied to space. In fact, I think it was T.
I'm not trying to be a big hater. I'm just, I think what I would say is there are other parts of this game that I'm more interested to hear about.
Or
it was this physics initial idea. And so once I realized, okay, there's rewind.
He was hoping the commentary was going to have some House of Leaves.
How do I tie
losing
in
his
the
damn
other
mind and
physics
commentary
ideas? Because
stuff
there's maybe
going
supposed to
on?
be quantum
Yeah,
mechanics and
I wish there was like
relativity and
more.
Right.
Well, what is
you
there
know,
about
like
relativity? Like
more
there's
juice
4
in this.
dimensions, right? And like time is a dimension. Can I put that in this game somehow? And does that involve
Doing some, I
rewind
don't know,
in
doing
some way?
something like
And,
I think
you
like
know,
the format of the
regular
commentary
space-time
is
for us
cool,
like
and I think more
3+1
games should
before we start
do
talking about
this.
string theory or whatever.
Right.
This game is
Because like games never have
dimensions,
commentary,
so, like,
and
how do I manage
I
it?
always
2+1?
I always like to hear
And
about
just
like
somehow
behind the
it
scenes
just
about like
maps
how
onto the
game
idea
shit is
of,
made.
like,
We need
what if
more
I just
cranky. Thank you
control
for 100
time by
bits.
your position.
Okay, well,
Right.
It's just
let's
the
see what
idea
video we
popped up.
get.
You know, what can I say? Like those were the inputs, and in this concrete case,
You know what
it
I
was
want?
not
I
very
want a
hard
nice
to have the
girlfriend where
idea.
when I can come
Let's
home
just
from
map
work,
it.
I can tell her all my troubles about how I was going to get tons of stuff done, but LLVM didn't cooperate, and she'll sympathize and bring me a nice cup of hot cocoa, and then know miraculously what to go type to fix it, and then it's suddenly fixed and everybody's happy. You know what I mean? That would be great. Don't have that though. In fact, she would just rewrite LLVM that night to be 20 times as fast and 1% code size. And then I would marry her instantly. So, but that's not reality. That is not where I live.
Now, could you imagine? Imagine if he was spitting shit like that in the commentary in this game. Imagine if he was talking about stuff like that. Like that's a funny clip, but that is so much more interesting, and I feel like I learned so much more about him from that clip than from these like game design 101 nodes. I mean, that does require him to be like, you know, vulnerable in a way he may not want to be in a video game like this. That's what's great about streaming is you get to watch him go off like that. In while he's like working in his home. They're saving that for Indie Game the Movie too. Debug game design is boring. And for boring people. Yeah, it doesn't have to be that boring. I refunded this game, it was too time sensitive. Hi Red Zone. Can you send the clip in the clip in chat? So the clip is like, so all the clips that I've been showing, by the way, have been from this one account on YouTube called Blowfan, which is a great name. It's their, what are the videos called? There's something like random John Blow moments or something. They're like just clip compilations. That's where I've been getting all these clips from. Let's see, hold on, let me see if I can like find one I can send you guys. So if you want to like go watch more of them. The amount of game design people I've met who are like zero emotionally self-aware, like weirdly obsessed with granular design. Yeah, I don't know, it sucks. I don't know. There's getting this granular, like you said, yeah, like getting this granular about design shit is it's I don't, a lot of designers do latch onto it for a weird reason, and I think it's not just like boring and nerd emoji shit, but it's also like I don't think it's really good for game design in general, because it when you narrow in, when you like hyper fixate on like weird like tiny little nuances in your like little platformer with like a couple mechanical things like this so much, it's I don't know, it's very it's very narrowing for your worldview. It's very like it's you just kind of got blinders on, and you're like, you never really explore anything else possible with games. That's why I always say that like a lot of the most interesting shit in games is happening in like Roblox, which is by like kids who don't have any sort of like dumb like cluttered knowledge of like what makes a game good and what doesn't. They just like do it intuitively from the gut.
Homage. And we get over here, and of course we're doing the thing that we were trained to do when we played Donkey Kong.
And constraints definitely do breed creativity. Constraints can breed creativity.
You get here and you're like, wait, hold on.
I think what also breeds creativity is
so the first few things I tried here was
moving on from something you've done.
Oh no, it's still the same situation.
Or at least like, I should reframe that, because that sounds like dismissive.
You know, again, it's this kind of nice
I guess like being open-minded about
how you're going
designs
to get up onto that platform
that you may not understand initially.
And look, you can ride that guy up.
I mean, how long did it take you to think of that?
Not sure. I mean,
maybe
I think
not that long.
Not too long. I mean, again, it's sort of like most things.
It literally didn't take me that long to figure that out.
Make him go backwards. Backwards is up. We can jump on top of them. There's that platform there. But still, it was very satisfying.
There's a certain kind of puzzle mindset, which is, I have faith that everything in this puzzle is not random. That guy's over there.
I feel bad. This is probably the most negative I've been in a while. I don't want to be too negative. I'm trying to be on a positive arc.
The designer of this game enjoys things that are deliberately not quite.
It's hard though. I guess like I wish.
Yes. And so
I
wish
what
you mentioned about the climbing up.
They talked about more in the commentary in this.
It's a little bit of a joke. Again, not a super funny joke, but it's like mildly like, I see what you did there, right? But also, it is a little bit of. It's a little bit of misdirection, because until you get about here, once you get about 2 person widths from this ladder, you see the problem, right?
If I was doing the commentary, I would be going crazy with the pen that they like barely ever use. I would be circling stuff and being like, oh, this. I don't know why I drew like I made it like this. This is stupid.
Make the way that you get up.
This part slaps. So like, if I were to remake this game, I would make this part again.
Just have the level be. There's this guy on the left, and you have to like climb up a ladder and most of this geometry would be gone. And if this were like a minimalist puzzle game,
I guess he's kind of doing that right
would be
now.
the level, maybe, right? And then it would be just kind of a tweaky, weird action thing.
Right.
But in the context of this other, and I'm going to use the word like fiction here or story of what you're trying to do, which I don't usually like using that language, but there is this, you have this personal
Dude, use that
narrative of, like, I'm
language.
trying
Go
to
off.
go up the Donkey Kongs, right? And it's working great. I'm just doing some light platforming of dodging the guys. And then you get here and then you have a problem. And then the guy on the side is like, it amplifies how interesting the thing is that you're doing.
And then you realize this isn't.
I used the dad
You
joke
try to
on
go
the
up, you treat this like Donkey Kong, you get blocked, and you realize,
Well, and of
oh
course,
fuck,
this
this
is a very
isn't Donkey
humorous
Kong.
level,
I'm
so
playing
we're getting
but
a
fucking
sense
Braid.
of the author's sense of humor here. It's a cuter version of misdirection than what we're talking about with the 2 keys and the 3 gates. But there's another nice thing which is going on here, because just a moment ago in the previous level, we were like, oh, wow, now you have all this control. You can reverse your own world line, your own personal time, and you can control the direction of the world. My gosh, what can't you do, right? You could control everything. But you realize here that this mechanic where space equals time also creates new constraints. It's not just more control than before. And one of those constraints is if he's at the
Sometimes
top of the
you
ladder
make
and you're at the
mechanics
bottom
with
of the ladder,
trade-offs.
and there's kind of axiomatically, you have to look for a different path. And recognizing that
First commentary track that could have been
very
an email.
important.
I don't think they should have made this as a podcast. I think it should have been better structured. I don't think they should have had this like them freely going off like this, because it should have been curated a little better. That's something in the format of this version of this game because we're talking about is not very interesting. Well, and like the thing is like when this game came out, like I guess it was interesting, which is like, I don't know, again, like it's weird that this is coming out now. Like I almost like wish I want to see a version of this game where I want to see a version, like, I feel like this should have came out like 5 years ago. Oh shit, I don't have a key. Fuck. Probably gotta go find a key.
Oh, and there's this really cute thing of, oh gee, there are 2 ways I could get to that puzzle piece. I could approach it from the left or from the right. And then you try to approach from the right and you're like, what happened? My key, it just broke. Why isn't the door open? And then you realize, oh, it's not open because I just attempted to open this gate while moving backwards in time. And the mechanics of gates doesn't like that. And so then you have to go back and do some of it. You have to get back up there again. And
well, you have to leave the level because the key's destroyed.
Just more brief and with more visual aid.
Which is slightly,
it's also evil that they explain the music without music.
Yeah,
weirdly,
but
that like
well learned.
I almost like feel like that's like a bug, maybe. Like it feels like there should have been music there.
In the same way that earlier in the game, like with the gate example you mentioned, it's set up so that we're really encouraging you to do it wrong. Here, we're also really encouraging you to do it wrong, right? And
right, it's true that one also, if you use the wrong key, you're kind of screwed. And
I love when John Blow encourages me to do it wrong.
I admit.
Well, yeah,
I love when he makes me feel wrong and stupid like that.
Sometimes you have to bring the pain.
Yeah, it's intentionally a little bit like here it's so much.
I love when John Blow puts me in my place.
Right there. Yeah. The gate is right there.
Exactly.
Now, you should have been wary from the fact that there's 2 gates to the same thing so simply. And honestly, you should have known that walking left doesn't do something
John Blow
by now, right?
Tell me in my face how stupid I am. Whisper it in my ear how I got this. How I got your puzzle wrong.
They just sleepwalk into it. And the way that I thought about it was, When we
It's
start
a little
moving
bit
into
like
this
a
square, his visual position is the square where he is now, and that's the position we stored, which is why it glitches by 1. Watch this.
What happens?
No! Fuck Windows. See how it glitches to the left by 1? Dude, Microsoft is just, them and Mozilla should just get together and start the foundation for unreliable computing. Let's make things as bad as we can make it.
Dude, I wish he would go off on rants like that in this. That would be so funny. That's that's the in the commentary, like that's the guy we've been watching. I loaded up like clips from his streams because he goes on rants pretty often, and they're always really funny. Yeah, he'll go off on the most like wildest shit. Oh shit, I gotta go back really far for this. And I got the puzzle. You're so fucking dumb. You stupid VTuber. You think you can solve my puzzle? You think you're smart enough to solve my puzzle? The random moments compilations are really funny. They're genuinely like really good. I need to go to Seattle grocery store for white bread. Right now? All the stores are closed right now. It's late at night. Con, have you seen the be honest, am I spicy white tweet? Sorry to do another. Have you seen this tweet? I've just been thinking about this all day. It keeps on popping into my head. This guy. This guy is, be honest, am I spicy white? I like keeps on showing up on my feed over and over again. Nano, be honest. Do you think this guy's spicy white?
Well, I can't really teach someone's spiciness 洗眼笑 but that avatar looks cool. 男生手机附近 as long as he's 30
Nano's so nice.
That's what matters. 轻色微笑.
Aw. Nano thinks he's spicy white. If Nano says he's spicy white, I'll say he's spicy white. I really like one nice thing that Nano does is like he encourages me to be positive. If I'm being too cynical or too mean, Nano's like always there to show me an alternative way of being. Why can't he be spicy white? Is John Blow spicy white? Maybe. I think, yeah, maybe. Yeah. Sure. No. He's not even spicy regular. He's definitely, not spicy. John Blow's not spicy regular. Jerry Seinfeld asked his dates if he was spicy white. That's crazy. Wait, why would how would that come up? Would he be like helping them with their homework and then he'd be like, be honest, am I spicy white?
Hunt in this world. This is one of my
and they'd be
favorite puzzles
like,
in the game.
like this
Because
essay's
again,
due
you think
tomorrow.
You know what to do. You've seen this a couple times, whatever. And you bonk them, but then you start noticing that, well, of course, they get unbonked when you're heading to the left, or they don't get bonked at all. And so you're like, oh, okay, I have to bonk them when I go to the right. But wait, I have to get back down there and bonk that other guy moving to the right. But now I have to get back over there, and I just unbonked that guy. And how am I ever going to do this? I think this is one of the strongest combinatorial puzzles in the game, in the sense that you really have to see, I can bonk them all, but I need to do that in order in their X coordinate from left to right. Once you work that out, and you have to go to the left, but not too far left because you don't want to unbonk that guy that you just bonked. And then there's a nice little lagniappe, I think, or, there's a nice little joke at the end where you think bonk that guy that you just bonked. And then there's a nice little lagniappe, I think, or, there's a nice little joke at the end where you think that this is going to feel miserable.
Lagniappe?
Yeah. Because you think, oh, well, okay.
I'm not crazy. I'm not like that uncultured. That's a nice little lagniappe, I think. Ooh, show me your little lagniappe later. Nano's my little lagniappe. But what is it? Oh, it's a small gift a customer by a merchant at the time of purchase. Dude, I'm gonna start saying that lagniappe. Wait, is it pronounced? Did he pronounce it wrong? Wait, lagniappe. Dude, I think did he pronounce it wrong? Nano, how do you pronounce lagniappe or lagniappe? Is it the you spell it with Lagniappe? How do you pronounce that?
Oh, you're talking about lagniappe. 羞涩微笑.
Lagniappe.
It's pronounced lagniappe. It's a
Lagniappe.
French term that means a little something extra, like a small bit.
Ooh, it's Cajun.
So
Ooh.
next time, just say lagniappe and you'll be good. 大小拇指向上.
Ooh. I say after you have my jambalaya, I do got a little lagniappe waiting under the seat for you.
Planned this out so beautifully, but wait, that last guy is to the right of the ladder. But then, lo and behold, the gate itself is sparkly, and it's open now, and it's okay that he's alive at the end. And as a little extra thing, I was just feeling neighborly toward the trolls at this point, so I resurrected all of them before leaving the level.
Okay,
I just felt that was the polite.
That
was the polite thing to do,
Yeah, they're your buddies, right?
Yeah,
they help
you could have just said a gift. No,
it's true. They look a little.
I like that he said lagniappe. I'm gonna start saying that now.
I just wanted to leave this level.
That's a sick word.
I get you.
Like a word for a little tiny gift. Unbelievable. Okay, now I gotta kill all these fucking guys in order. Okay. Oh. I remember this puzzle being pretty interesting when I played it. Because there's a few, I mean, like, yeah, there's a few iterations of this puzzle, but this was the first one that was like, oh, I gotta, like, actually, I gotta think a little bit. Fuck. Oh. We got him. Oh, how am I gonna do this one? I gotta bounce on him. Oh, I think I gotta like double, I gotta like kind of double jump. Ooh, yeah. The music going crazy. Ooh! That was so good. This was the most satisfying puzzle so far. Easy. Jesus, it's like 12 o'clock. How long have I been streaming for? I've been streaming for like 5 hours, I think. I'm getting a little tired. I think I might call it here. I think so there's gonna be a test on all the game design stuff that we've been learning in the next stream tomorrow. I hope you guys have been paying attention. I know I keep on saying, oh, like a lot of these designs are really intuitive. A fucking baby could tell you all this stuff that they're talking about. It's really not that complicated. And all of you agreed with me, but we're gonna put that to the test tomorrow when I give you a pop quiz. But it's all gonna be on the exam. Nano, I think we're gonna end the stream now. We've been learning a lot about game design through Braid, and all of our brains are full. We need a rest, and so tomorrow we can think up new ideas. Can you say bye to everybody and thanks for being here? Oh my god, people are like getting...
Of course, yes. Hey everyone, thanks for hanging out with us today. Talking about Braid and game design. You all rock. Y'all will see you in the next stream. Rest up and come.
Oh fuck, we already saw this one.
Tomorrow. Love ya. Bye bye.
I'm not pressing a button to do that, by the way.
Hold on, I'll play another one.
I'm gonna have... Guys, the game's not done. If the frame rate is low sometimes, it's because the game's not done.
Tomorrow, I'm having a gachapon party. I'm gonna be having a giveaway. If you have a bunch of tickets, then you should be there. But if you're not there and you win my lottery, I'll reach out to you and give you your prize.
Hey, why isn't your game available on Steam yet? Because it's not done. It's not done.
Some of you have a lot of tickets, so it's gonna be interesting. I have a feeling a lot of people are gonna be getting a lot of... I think I'm gonna be giving out a lot of prizes tomorrow because I didn't do one for like 2 months. So I meant to do one during Easter, but I didn't, and I had a lot of stuff to do. So unfortunately, but yeah, thanks everybody for being here and hanging out with me. I don't normally stream on Saturdays. Maybe like once in a while I'll stream on Saturdays, but usually I like to keep the cadence that I've had. Who's on right now? Oh, we're gonna raid Robbie. Robbie, dude, friend of the show, Robbie. Very, very funny streamer, not a VTuber. He was a VTuber, but then stopped being a VTuber. They couldn't handle the heat of being a VTuber. They're trying to they're playing Pokemon. But Robbie's really funny. I love Robbie. Anyway, yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for being here. I love you. Bye.